We have Victoria, we have, no, we're missing Lo.
Dave, do you take naps?
I've actually done that a couple of times, Victoria. I haven't done that since I was 6 years old, I think.
Hey, 6 is a good age.
I haven't done it since about 6 minutes ago.
I didn't get one today, but just 15 minutes here and there is always good.
I agree.
A 5-minute-er.
Like an astronaut.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
I'm
don't need much.
I'm 15 minutes at lunch and then just before dinner. 2
Yeah,
naps.
I've always found that actually waking up is very difficult. Taking a nap and having to wake up again, it's very difficult.
Yeah. No, when I was flying every week, I would fall asleep as soon as the wheels were off the ground.
That perfect, you're comfortable to droning noise, that kind of stuff. You know,
No,
right to
you're
sleep.
just
There you
so
go.
freaking tired. That's what it was back then. But of course, you could probably say that now, right? Nope, still not there. Okay. This is usually that Lo is having trouble getting in. Okay, I just wanted to ask you if you knew where your Planning and Zoning Commission was. All right, he's on his way. Do you know where your
Yeah.
Planning and Zoning Commission is?
Can we start without him? Is he seated immediately?
No, but he's on his way.
He's walking down the hall.
Think you went to the wrong room?
No, he's coming.
Katie, quick question. Read in the paper about the RFP that went out for the Arch Street lot.
Right.
Did anybody anybody, you or Patrick or staff or anybody see that before it went out, or did it just like?
No, we're
Go.
very much looking forward to commenting on it when someone asks us.
Same is true of DPW, by the way, and other departments.
It just kind of went out?
Yeah.
Okay.
I will note there's actually a lot of plans that have been discussed over the years for that lot, none of which were actually the one that went out as an RFP. The most popular one that I have come across, the one I personally like, is the idea of a tiered parking lot, with the top tier being a park that overlooks Greenwich Harbor with a bridge over to Bruce Museum, and relocating the road in such a way that you could increase the size of Roger Sherman Baldwin Park and make that more of an event space, and then you'd have the parking for it. That's a particularly desirable use because it is a flood zone. So any sort of development in that area is questionable given location in a flood zone. So there's some issues there.
Interesting.
Katie, I thought the RFP was for the lot by the Boys and Girls Club.
So the Island Beach lot.
I think the picture on the website is the other one, or whatever was on the.
I don't know. I don't know anything about it, and I didn't have time to look into it today, so I don't know the specifics. Either way.
So do we rename the commission the zoning,
All
but
right.
not planning?
Yes, I think so.
So we'll talk about that good evening, everybody. This is a meeting of the Town of Greenwich Planning and Zoning Commission being held virtually. It is April 13th. And this evening, the following applications have been postponed. Number 3, the Stein Brazen Sides REV Trust, which is a final coastal site plan at 196 Shore. Number 5, the Jonathan and Akko Sangkut Horton for a zoning map amendment at 100 Brookside Drive. And number 7, Collins 53, Forest LLC for a final site plan and special permit at 53 Forest. All the regulars are with us tonight, and we will now begin with the first item, which is a discussion item for Temple Shalom to expand their existing nursery school from 109 to 148 students at 300 East Putnam Avenue. This is a pre-application review. Who is representing the applicant, Mr. Laurel?
Mr. David Cohen is the agent noted.
All righty.
Just brought him in.
And Mr. Cohen, if you would kindly unmute. Thank you very much. And if you want, hello, Mr. Cohen.
Hello, David Cohen from Temple Shalom.
Hello, Mr. Cohen. We normally try to give about 20 minutes or less to the pre-app discussions. We've all read the material. I believe that we could open by giving you our thoughts and some general guidance. Does anybody want to start, or should I just summarize what we discussed yesterday?
Why don't you summarize?
So as you would have expected, Mr. Cohen, the key concern that we have is around the drop off and the circulation and what happens to traffic. Child safety, impact on traffic. We know that there was at least one accident there in the last 2 years of a car that was backing out of the drive after drop off in October of 2018. We're concerned there's a residential development in the area that was also concerned about the impact on them. And so what we would want from you when you come back in is very clearly that the children will be safe, that a mom then has to walk extra kids into the building isn't at risk of other people being in a rush, that you've got the queuing capacity on site, that you can stack as many cars as you expect. We will also be looking for how your hours work versus the Christ Church Nursery School next door, and just make sure that there isn't a conflict. I anticipate that you would not be sharing that parking lot that you guys sometimes share. The two institutions share that parking lot sometimes, but that you would not be doing that. Those are the key things. For us, it's about safety and circulation and traffic impact. We assume that you will meet all the health code, et cetera, requirements. And since you aren't expanding anything else in terms of your footprint, that would be it. Does anybody want to add anything to that summary?
I think actually talk about the drop-off loop, parking queue, that kind of stuff. I provided that on a map in the parking lot so we can actually identify how the loop works, where the drop-off
Exactly.
areas are, those kind of things.
Exactly. Thanks for giving a little more detail on that, Mr. McRae. Mr. Cohen, would you like to comment on anything? Any questions you'd like to ask us?
No, this is definitely very helpful. So this is my first time going before P&Z, so I just want to make sure that I answer all of your questions. In the
We bite.
Yes. So I want to be sure. So if I should answer those questions on top of everything that I've put in there, and then an illustration that kind of shows the traffic pattern and where everything happens would help the commission to see what's happening, Madam Chair.
Yeah. Is there any chance that you all could have somebody look at, I know you've looked at your peak and what happens to the peak. We're concerned about that. Those kinds of questions. You've got that little graph that shows the peaks.
Sure.
We're going to ask you more about that. Those are the concerns we're going to have. The post road gets heavy, as you know, in the morning, and every single addition is a concern.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, and our goal here is, even though the numbers would go up of total children in the building, the peaks would go down. So that's our goal, to minimize any peaks there in the
Yeah,
drop
and
off.
one of the questions, I don't know if you were listening yesterday afternoon, but one of the questions one of the commissioners asked was they weren't seeing that drop and peak that you were talking about in the narrative. So you would have to elucidate that a little more for us.
Sure.
But that would be great if you would show that. And if you would talk to your next door neighbors, all of your neighbors, it would be good. Make sure everybody's a happy camper and that people understand they're not supposed to back into the post road.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
Sure. That is not a good place to back out.
no. So that's it.
Okay.
Aren't you glad you didn't have a long trip to come see us?
Yes. No, I really appreciate your time, and I will get this back to you. So I assume the next time that we would be able to speak about it would be the next scheduled meeting, if we can make it onto the agenda.
Yeah, you just need to get all your materials ready. If you can talk to Christchurch, you can talk to any neighbors that are affected.
Sure.
Make sure that people are comfortable with it. Make sure you've got that on-site circulation, how the drop-off is going to work, whether or not you'll need to do. Somebody had asked for a light. Before you leave, we're going to turn real fast and see if there's any comments from the public. Does anybody from the public wish to comment on this application? Please raise your virtual hand. No. Okay, so no comments from the public, but I know there were concerns about the traffic management. So
Have you,
There you go.
seen emails that have come in, Mr. Cohen?
I have not.
Okay, we'll forward them to you. They're part of the public record, of course. So we'll, do we have your contact information? Is that on the application form?
Yes, everything should be there, but I'll send you an email now, just so you have it handy.
yeah,
Okay,
that-
terrific.
send it
Yeah.
to Katie and she can forward you now the comments, but that was the concern. It was Putnam Hill.
Got it.
Putnam Hill had a concern. So in general, but everybody's gonna be addressing traffic and safety. I think that is gonna be the key issues.
Exactly. Yep.
If you're good there, you're good. All right, thank you
Fantastic.
very much, sir.
Thanks for your time. Have a great evening.
You too. Our
All right.
next item is also a pre-app review. It's as a discussion item. It's Joel Berger, the owner of Bellanana Restaurant, as the applicant at 280 Railroad Avenue, and this is for seasonal outdoor use, for seasonal dining use outdoors. Mr. Crudele.
Hello, how are you today, Commission?
Hello, I forgot if that's the way you pronounce your last name.
Crudelli, yep, it's very
Crudelli.
close.
Okay, Crudele.
Yep.
Okay, if, again, very much as with the last applicant for the pre-app review, and we discussed this with you when you came in to talk about potentially expanding your dining space.
Correct.
We said the same thing, just make sure the parking works.
Yeah, I mean, and like I brought up last time, the underground parking, which I guess,
Nobody
was
knew
unaware
about
of.
it. Yeah,
Yeah,
everybody was
exactly.
unaware of it, even though you go to your site all the time and you're in a town institution. Nobody knew that you had that underground parking. I think we said to you when you were considering expanding, are you still considering that?
We finished that project. Now this is mainly for the outside seating.
Okay, so it was the same thing. If you can get your employees to park down there, then all the folks who don't know about it, or if you can put a note on your menu that says, there's more parking available underground, et cetera. That's going to be our key concern. One of the commissioners raised an issue about what happens. Is it okay to have the tables on the lawn? Do you have any restrictions about that? We didn't know.
From the landlord, you mean?
Yeah. And
No,
also
he's fully aware
safety
of
or
it.
anything like that?
Not that we were aware of, and he says it's, he's fully in favor of it, just to support just to support myself.
So it's just, you've got to meet fire, health, safety, all
Right,
those things.
right.
ADA compliance.
Yeah. We were worried about the ADA compliance with the location of your tables, all those things, but you have to do you've got to meet all those requirements. And to us, we're just going to focus on whether you have sufficient parking given the expansion, et cetera.
Okay, and you guys were able to see the pictures of how the lot looks the majority of the day?
Yeah, but it's hard to know what the real world is like because I mentioned to you the last time I used to go to Pure Bar and there was never, ever, ever any parking available on that lot, but I didn't know about the underground one.
And it
So-
seems like everyone tries to jam into that side first lot when you pull in the driveway instead of going around back. And about like
Exactly.
3 years ago, they redid that whole parking lot and everyone just parked in the back. That's actually how they found out about the back parking lot.
Yeah, nobody
So-
knows. Yeah, everybody tries
Right.
to jam into the side because that's what people think there is.
Yeah, yep.
Yep.
So-
So, anybody want to add anything to those comments?
I think actually we need, because this is going to be seasonal dining, for the file, we're going to need a good drawing that shows the outside dining as proposed, plus the inside, including the new.
Like with the tables where you're going to have them and everything.
Yeah, whether they're tables with chairs or picnic benches or whatever that's supposed to be, or whatever's going to be proposed.
And I think to that end, can you be very clear about the number of seats? Because with a picnic table, it's sometimes hard. So you have to say what you think the number of seats are, because that's impacts kitchen size, number of bathrooms, that kind of thing. Because between now and when you come back to us, you should stop by those other departments and let them know that you're asking for a total of X number of seats. Because now that you have the inside approved, this is going to be on top of that number of seats, right? Like in addition to?
Right, correct. Yeah, I mean, I just figured it might be smart to go for more seating in general, just like move them back and forth between seasons.
Yeah, because usually what we do with the dining is, let's say you're allowed 100 seats inside, then you put 20 outside and you have 80 inside kind of thing. Because
Right.
because you need to get approval from the health department for the kitchen size and for the number of bathrooms. So you may be limited by that more so than you are by the parking.
Okay,
So you should need to check in with them before you come back to us.
okay.
Yep.
I think
Understood.
also, yeah, while you're there with health department, just ask them to make sure that actually that the food service permit would actually provide for tables on a grass surface.
Okay,
Okay. Yeah, we mentioned that. Okay, so that's, now you know which commissioner was concerned about the grass surface because he just asked it again. So,
Yeah. Good like that.
yeah, you're good like that. Do I have any comments from the public? Please raise your virtual hand if you have any questions on Bellinona. No. Okay. So Mr. Crudele, you're all set. And when you come back, you know what we're looking for. And Katie and Pat will help you make sure that you've got the topics we addressed.
okay. Thank you very
Okay.
much.
Thanks a whole lot.
You're welcome. Take care.
All righty, so our next one is also a pre-app, and that's for the Bruce Museum. And they are going to discuss a modification to an existing approved site plan to enlarge and enclose an exterior deck to create an indoor sculpture gallery at the Bruce Museum. And speaking for the applicant is
Mr. Bruce Cohen.
Mr. Bruce Cohen.
Oh,
No?
Suzanne Leo, looks like Pat is trying to get from the Bruce.
Eh, Okay, I'm glad you recognized her name.
Yep.
Becky Cornelius. Oh, there's Bruce Cohen. I got him. And Mr. Cohen now. Hello, Suzanne Leo, and we're waiting for, and there's Bruce Cohen. Hello, Bruce Cohen. Look at you with your sound working and your screen working. Mr. Cohen, if you would, to be honest, we really didn't have any major concerns about what you're proposing. Mr. McRae was a little confused about how it was all going to work. So you might just want to, Nick, are you there? He's
Yeah,
muted.
let me check if I'm here. Hold on, I'll be back here.
Okay, so Mr. McRae had a couple of questions on exactly how it would all work. You're gonna enclose that existing terrace space and turn it into a sculpture garden. You're gonna move some of the equipment from the equipment area, and that is about the only thing you're proposing, right?
Pretty much, but if some of you didn't understand exactly what we're going to be doing, I'd like to just spend a couple of minutes clearing
Sure.
that up. And then there was also a question at the briefing as to what was the origination of this and why we were doing it. And I can spend a couple of minutes talking to you about that. Also, tonight, we've got Suzanne Leo, as you mentioned, from the Bruce Museum, who can amplify my comments if we need to. And then also the project architect is standing by. But let me quickly just talk about what we're doing and where we're doing it so that it's clear. The first image which Pat has put up is the zoning location survey showing the project as it was approved in 2017. The dark portion is the new portion. The light portion is the existing building. The piece in the middle is an open landscape courtyard. And we have marked in red in the southwest corner of the building the location of the deck that was intended to be an outdoor sculptured deck that we would like to enclose. So that's where it is on the building. So the next slide will show the floor plan of the two levels that this will impact. There again, Pat is doing his circularity thing here, and that shows in red the lower level, or I guess the first floor level of where the mechanical space beneath the sculpture deck is located. The goal here is to enlarge it very slightly. It's shown by that blue line at the bottom of the red square. And that will help in terms of providing or consolidating mechanical equipment at that location. The next slide is the level of the open deck, again on the southwest corner of the building. The next slide is an elevation of that side of the building as it was approved in the kind of the center of the building, that white or light colored portion with the entryway above it is the deck. The next slide shows the deck as it will be enclosed. Pat, if you can get to the next one, there it is. So that basically is the whole project. To see what would be seen before and after, we've also done a couple of photographic renderings. Pat, the first one is shown from pretty much the corner of Steamboat Road and Museum Drive. We put an arrow above the deck as it would have been built as approved in 2017. And the bottom image shows, you can barely see it from at least from that aspect, the enclosure. And the next image shows it, I think, a little better. Pat. Yeah, this is from the driveway, the first driveway that you see, which will now be a one-way out driveway. And the top image, again, with a red arrow above it, shows how the deck would have been built as approved. And the bottom image shows how it would be enclosed. And then the final image is one issue that I heard was raised during the briefing, and that had to do with the removal of trees. There have been a couple of trees removed. The larger one on the lower part was taken down after a serious storm damage in 2018, and the two closer to the building were removed as part of our landscape plan that was approved by the tree warden, and at the same time the commission approved an extensive landscape plan. So having shown you kind of where it is, let me tell you a little bit about one reason why we're doing it. We're adding a total of about 1,200 square feet by this enclosure. And we're still less than half of the permitted FAR on the site. The reason for its being enclosed are several. First of all, it was initially intended as an outdoor gallery. I think the powers that be at the museum realized that an outdoor gallery would really only be accessible on part of the year, and our goal was to try to have it fully accessible and enclosed and safer from a security point of view. This eliminates, in effect, what would have been an outside door that created its own security issues. Also, we thought that this addition not only provided the covered security, secured gallery space, but also allowed us to have a little more mechanical room below, and at the same time provided a kind of an improved transition between the art aspect of the museum and the science aspect. First of all, internally, it kind of links the two together. And externally, from an architectural point of view, we're hoping to go to ARC as soon as you allow us to do it, to approve what we think is the case, which is that it makes a better transition between the old and the new parts of the building. So basically, that's where we're doing it and what we're doing. And we'd kind of appreciate any comments you have, particularly in light of our ability to go to ARC on the exterior architecture.
Could you show us the exterior one more time?
The elevations.
Yeah, he's coming.
While we're looking at that, if I can just reiterate one thing about the why. My name's Suzanne Leo. I'm Managing Director at the Bruce Museum and Chief Operating Officer. Thanks for inviting me tonight. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
Okay, great. Bruce mentioned solving the security issue. You know, one of our real big concerns was having that open space and having that door access to the outside. Without giving anybody any brand new ideas, it would have been really easy for someone to take something off the wall, hand it to somebody down below the terrace and take off. And so as a result of that, we would have to station full-time guards at both those doors. So this would actually end up reducing our operating cost. We wouldn't need to have as many security staff while that space is open. So that's just another sort of aspect that we started looking at as when it relates to this issue and working it out. And with regard to the mechanical room space, we did I had our facilities team do a virtual walkthrough of the space. And they really felt that it was necessary to provide some relief in the original mechanical room so that they could maintain filters and valves as necessary as part of regular maintenance, just having a better ease of access. So those were really sort of some additions on the why.
And then could you zoom on the terrace enclosure, Pat? You know, because I can't do that. More. And okay. So there you go. Mr. Levy, Mr. McRae. Thoughts?
Yeah, I think actually the return, I think it'd be beneficial to have sections through it, just so we could kind of get a sense of this, because I'm looking at elevations and plans, and some of the sizes that are represented are don't jive with what I'm seeing. I think actually this view that we're seeing here, it's kind of interesting. It shows, the existing approved with the glazing on the second story. Although this rendering shows one thing, and I'm kind of looking at the elevations in front of me, it looks something slightly different. I'm just wondering if there's a way to actually maybe continue that facade over instead of the metal panels and that kind of thing. it is a separation, but maybe it'd be better if the building continued. I'm sure that ARC would have the same kind of questions. And I think actually that curtain wall system that's being proposed looks like it's got a deep set louver to it. I think actually details on that would be a critical thing. And I think with the sections, if they can provide what's happening with the grading, one of the elevations, side elevations, shows a significant change in the grade from what's been proposed with the old patio, and then the new, which comes out, it looks like quite a distance, and then grading there. So I think actually that would be a critical thing to see. And then what's happening on the actual rooftop and the transition between the walls to the roof.
Mr. Levy, do you have any comments? Okay, he's muted. Mr. Levy, can you unmute?
Yes, I would say that this might not be the best view to kind of look at this project, but it looks kind of more fragmented by doing this, and and I was just wondering, the upper slide looks. It blends a little bit because everything's white, and now you're putting this dark area. Is there, if it were, to me, just continuing the wall, and not, I assume those are windows, and just having more white surface, it makes it a little more uniform. There's something. The asymmetry of it is a little bit odd. Looking at it this angle, it's hard for me to comment on it and really do it justice. But you have these two dark areas at different elevations, and you start noticing the differences rather than the conformity of the structure. And I don't think it adds to it. From this point, from this particular view, I would say that it's not as successful. And it would be, it's supposed to be a very modernist kind of palette, and you're adding another element to it, which is maybe making it, as far as I'm concerned, just less successful.
Okay.
It would be nice if it were more uniform.
So let me ask you, and let's ask the whole commission this question. Would you rather have it returned to us when it comes in? Are you okay with having it go to ARC, but accompanied by the questions and concerns you've both just raised? I would honestly tell you that my first reaction on seeing the lower image is that it looks fortress-like. Perhaps that's partly the intent, that it's an art fortress, but it wasn't how the architectural work was described. And I'm only seeing this illustration, but it's just, it does seem heavier. But I'm not the expert. We've just asked the two architects on board. We can send those comments into ARC. What do you all think? Do you want it to come back first to us?
Well, I think what
yeah.
you said, Margaret, is a good summary.
Okay, so do you want it back to us, or shall we just send it to ARC? We've clarified some concerns. We can ask them about the landscaping changes due to the storm. Yeah, I see that. Okay.
I would, about my opinion. I'd
So the
like to have them-
colors make a huge difference. Okay, go ahead, Mr. McRae.
I'd like them to have them come back to us first.
Okay.
Let's take a look at it and make sure that we're all on the same page, and then get it right off to them. It's just to see if this is the, is this the real solution to this, and to make sure that we've got the grading and all of that done correctly before we move on with the ARC. I think
Okay.
actually understanding the security concerns and exactly what you just said about Fortress, let's not push that Fortress look, and see if we could do something.
And maybe that's the intent, and I shouldn't comment. I'm always a little reluctant because I understand that these things are aesthetic, and perhaps my aesthetics are not sufficiently architectural. Well, that was a good way of putting that. Okay.
Well,
With
I think,
that,
I think what
we're
they
gonna have.
show, I was saying, but your comments are well taken, because what they show is how a real reaction to what it really looks like, not what the architect says. So I think it's more than valid.
Okay, so we'll have it come back to us. Let me just turn quickly to the public. EDR, I don't know who that is. If you would identify yourself.
That's our project architect.
Oh, project architect. I'm very sorry if I offended you. I don't know how to say things in a way that doesn't. So please go ahead.
I'm sure we've said worse things to him, not to worry.
Okay.
Can you hear
Well,
me?
maybe Fortress, yes, sir. And if you would kindly identify yourself, because it just says it's ED, Ed?
Yeah, it's my name is Sean Preo. I'm an architect with SQ Dumas Ripple,
Okay.
architecture firm handling the project. I don't see how to turn my camera on, so I'll just talk without
Well,
the camera.
you can talk about your pictures instead, so.
Okay, great. So I just wanted to address a couple of the comments. The language of the windows, the proportions that you see to the window or the right are the same proportions on the window in the enclosed sculpture gallery. And they are a deep fin mullion setup. On the main building in the art wing, those deep fins are on the interior. And with the sculpture gallery, in an attempt to give it its distinct character, because it is a little bit different than the pure art, which is the addition, or the pure science, which is the existing building, is we are trying to create this piece to have its own character. And so we're inverting that and having those deep fins where you experience them on the exterior rather than the interior. The metal panels that the project is built out of are the same metal panels that form the base of the addition. And this really is a secondary elevation, right? The primary elevation is the east elevation, which we are not looking at. So we're only showing the one that we are altering, which is a little bit of a conglomeration of the addition on the right, the 1992 addition on the left, and the piece that's missing there in the middle, which is where the sculpture gallery piece is something we addressed with the architectural review committee early on. We have some straight elevations. If we continue the slide deck towards the end and get to a pure elevation, keep going. Maybe after this. All right, let's look at this one. And one more page, if you will, one more advance. So the top image is the one we were looking at, and this was the elevation that was proposed to the Architectural Review Committee back when we went forward. You can see that outdoor sculpture terrace is shaded there with the metal panels, and then above it is the gable form. That gable was added in the 1992 edition, so that's an existing gable form. The Architectural Review Committee wasn't really happy with that being a connector piece between the new and old and how those parts and pieces came together. And so they suggested that we demolish and remove that gable roof form that was over the terrace. And so if you go backwards one slide, we removed that at their request, and that formed, I'm sorry, that's advancing forward. There we go. So the top image was that gable form being demolished at the ARC suggestion, and that was what was approved by the ARC in planning and zoning, is that piece. They were never truly happy with that as a connector. And so the proposal now is basically just putting the enclosure on top of that gallery wall. It is bumping out a little bit. I think The discrepancy in the size that you're noting is the difference from what was originally submitted to the planning and zoning and received approval, which was a little bit larger than what we ended up submitting for the building permit, was a little bit smaller. And so I think the differences in the enlargement size you're seeing is the difference between what planning and zoning originally approved, which was a smaller footprint versus, I mean, a larger footprint versus what we got permitted, which was a little bit smaller footprint. And now we're enlarging slightly off of that larger footprint. And then on the grading, the difference in the grading is that we're actually raising the grade up a little bit to make this connector piece seem a little bit smaller. Now that it's enclosed and is taller at the top, the bottom and the metal panels seem to get a little bit taller and just be a little bit more imposing visually. So we're raising the grade up there to the tune of 4 or 5 feet to lessen the amount of those metal panels that you see down low. And then finally, if I just touch on one more, if you advance 1, 2 slides to look at it in plan real quick. Yeah, there we go. So this is the approved floor plan as it stood with the outdoor sculpture gallery. The security concern is that because that's an exterior door, right? Somebody could grab artwork and say permanent gallery D and walk outside and drop it off the balcony to someone. The other part is it's a little bit awkward in the circulation as you circulate from what is the art wing on the right, where you can kind of see the axes working through the center of these galleries, and the shaded areas that you see, which is the existing building and the science galleries. You know, we're kind of connecting through this vestibule and a series of doors for the interior flow. All of those doors are there, of course, are for a sight and airlock to preserve the museum environment between that gallery. If you advance to the next slide, it's the new proposed enclosure of it. So when we enclose it, we lose all of those doors and that kind of strange connection. So you get a real natural east-west axis running through those art galleries, terminating at this sculpture gallery, and then north-south axis, which is existing in the science gallery. So it really kind of completes the circulation in an interesting way. And then the view you get from those windows to the south, which were commented as dark, and sure, if you're looking at a building from the outside during the day, the windows appear at dark. But if you're looking at it in the evening or at night, it's the opposite, right? They're glowing and light from the inside.
Right.
That sculpture gallery provides a really interesting view of the sound, looking out for the trees. So the new planting that's shown in the planting plan, we're framing that view out to the sound with a tree to the left and to the right, and not having one there at the center, so we can get that view of the sound.
Okay, I think that there's still the issue of wanting the building to look welcoming from the outside. Nick, Peter, Mr. McRae, Mr. Levy, are you comfortable with what you know so far? Do you still want it to come back to us first?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you very much for going through that. Actually, I think the design progress of the gable end being removed at the previous review and how everything works is very enlightening to that. I think actually it would be important for us to see how the grade works there. You said it's going to be adjusted and hide more of the panel. So just to get that straight, so we know what we're seeing. Your renderings from the driveway actually are helpful as well. I think it actually gives everybody a sense of the mass and where this is in relationship to the building, because the building itself is very disjointed in terms of additions and alterations over the course of how many years. I would think also if that's a mechanical space down below, any penetrations that are required for that through the panels would be important to show, just to make sure, you know, is it true just the metal panels, or do we have louvers or exhaust vents or anything popping through that? And as I said before, the sections through, and some more detail on the curtain wall system. And I think actually, for us to understand, this is the transition. So the glass is on the inside, louvers on the outside. I think I understand how that works now and why you wanted to kind of make this slightly different. I have to think about that a little bit more, because it seems that we're adding another element to building. I think when we first reviewed it had, it was 3 different buildings. The original building, the original mansion building, then the 80s edition, and then now the new edition here. So I'm just wondering if this is a 4th building or a 4th facade that's actually now being put on the building itself. I just a real quick question, and I actually probably can save this for when you come back. I'm
Sure.
still a little confused as to actually where the front entry is.
Save it
to-
for when
to
they
the
come
building.
back. I think
Exactly.
just leave them with the question. So we're
Yep.
going to leave you with those questions that he's looking for more detailed. You know what the concerns are.
Can I ask one quick question, and then I'll be quiet? It sounds like generally the questions are about the resolution of the architecture and the appearance, and not so much of the size. Am I getting
Yes,
that?
that's
Okay,
correct.
Great.
And then I think I would further say that I personally like the idea of having that sculpture space that could be enjoyed year round. It seemed, the security issue sounds like a very good one as well, that you want to have it be enclosed. I like the idea of having a beautiful sculpture space that could be enjoyed. It's not an issue of that you've got a nice piece of property. It's not an issue of the area. It's more an issue of it being welcoming on all sides, feeling like it blends in with the town. And that at the end of the day, it's something that the town will be proud of. It's part of us. So
Understood. Thank you.
We are anticipating that if and when this is approved and we can announce it, we do anticipate getting gifts of sculpture as a result. And remember, all the art that comes to the Bruce Museum becomes property of the town of Greenwich.
And Suzanne, you know that we've long wanted to do a sculpture walk on the avenue. And if you happen to have extra sculpture that you could exhibit the whole length of the avenue and create a sculpture walk when you inaugurate the new museum, that would be really cool. We're just saying. We would love that.
Extra sculpture just lying around, Margarita, we will try for that. What can
If you get some sculpture lying around, I'll even take the cows. But
Thank
if
you
you ever
guys
do,
very much.
in fact, by the way, there's a state statute that we came across and I sent into one of the selectmen about a week ago. There's a state statute that allows you to consider making your downtown into a cultural district. What a dream for Greenwich if we could do that, if we could have the lower part of the avenue converted into a cultural district that then takes you into the Bruce Museum. Just
We
saying.
would be all for that, absolutely.
Yeah, it would be so great. So we'd love to do that. So we'll see you when you come back, and thank you for making the time for us.
Thank you for taking the time.
Take care.
So now we're going to go to our first item on the agenda, which is Dr. Peter L. Fariz for a final coastal site plan at 3 Perkley Lane in the R12. And I'm sorry, Mr. Cohen, I know it's not you. I'm letting you go home. Okay. And this is Mr. Hegney, and he is on his way in.
Madam Chair,
Okey-doke.
Madam Chair, if I could interrupt for 1 second, we just got a last minute postponement for the next application for that's 16 Prospect Drive. The applicant postponed and provided an extension, so we will not be discussing
So
that.
I'm noticing that some of the neighbors for 16 Prospect are in the audience. Did everybody in the audience hear that? Again, 16 Prospect Drive has been postponed. And
Looks like they're shaking their heads.
all right. Okay. All righty. So 16. Hello, Mr. Hegney. So this application. Good evening. So this is at 3 Perkley Lane. If you would proceed, I think you had your clerk at our briefing yesterday. You know the issues we raised. If you'd like us to recap them, they were, I believe that you've already responded today, so maybe you could open with that.
And I was just going to mention that. Good evening, everyone. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. We submitted a revised site plan and a letter from Larry Liebman, our environmental consultant, moving the riprap back. Pat, if you could put up the thing that I just sent a couple hours ago. And we have located it in this location because of a couple of things. One is we have the footing drains that are at a certain elevation, and we're looking to drain the footing drains, and it would not work well if the riprap pad were higher than the footing. And secondly, we have made a pledge to our neighbor to the south, and it has also been, thank you, Pat, and it has also been included on the ZBA approval for the front yard variance that we received, that we would pledge to maintain the existing planting along the southerly property line, where there's one Bruce Cohen and his wife Susan who live there. And they had a very modest request, maintain the existing evergreen vegetation and fill in where it needs to get filled in. And that's what's shown on our landscape plan. What the architect, landscape architect, Richard Horstman has mentioned to us is that although it's listed on this particular plan as a rhododendron, there is a very large mountain laurel. He said it's one of the largest he's ever seen, of course, being our state flower, which is immediately to the south of this riprap. So if we were to move it any farther to the west or away from Greenwich Cove, we had the potential for impacting that. There is also a 8-inch holly, which is on the south side of the retaining wall that runs parallel to these pipes. And we want to make sure that we protect that as well. So
what we're really
we're locating this in a place where it's back from the retaining wall so that there's adequate area for it to drain toward the tidal wetlands. You know, the high tide line here is where the dashed line is over near Greenwich Cove. So you have this large tidal wetland area, which for the most part is not flooded. And then you have the retaining wall where we were showing the riprap pad located previously, and now we're moving it back and allowing for that overland flow to treat the water. What Mr. Liebman also says in his letter is right now, there's no treatment of anything at all.
exactly. So that's
and
actually,
so we're putting in-
let's just bring you to that. So the reason, as I read Alexandra's letter, Ms. Mock's letter, is that the reason that she's recommending that the pipe be cut back by 35 feet is that so that the discharge will then take the flow, that the flow from it will go into the vegetative swale, so that
right.
you're doing some sort of filtration and treatment.
Well, but I would add that what she didn't seem to recognize on the plan was we have porous pavement on the driveway, which provides for treatment. We have catch basins with deep sumps that'll collect sediment. And then the rest is water off the roof and the footing drain. So we're treating anything that could provide for some type of impact to the tidal wetlands. And then we're allowing it to sheet flow over the lawn area before it gets to that swale.
But there's no reason for you not to discharge from that pipe, for you not to filter and treat in some manner the discharge from that pipe. So what your objective would be, depending on, is really to achieve that. So if cutting it 35 feet isn't workable because of the plantings, whatever, what I would say to you is achieve the objective that you've not had to do any filtration whatsoever because you had the drainage exemption. And what I would ask of you is review both that and the enhanced buffer planting with staff who will discuss it with conservation, because all we're looking for is optimize your treatment. I don't know if you caught that the sustainability folks had an article in the paper today about the importance of making sure that everything that flows into the sound has at least been filtered. They couldn't have timed it better. So if you all would just address that in whatever manner is more practical, that's what we're looking for.
And that's what we believe we've achieved here, but
Okay.
we're happy to review that with staff as
Well,
part of your approval.
so we would go to her third comment, which is that she's looking for a bit beefier planting.
And that's something that we have included in the plan. It's some 5 to 8 feet in width. We can
And she wants
review.
15 feet of undulating tidal wetland buffer averaging 15 feet in depth and planted with native species. So if you would respond to those, again, as we always say to people, you can keep them low wherever it might impact a neighbor's sight line into the water, but that given the way this property is being developed so well out of the flood zone that you're all the way in the front of the lot, you might as well take every opportunity to do that buffer. And so I would ask you to do both of those things. I believe that the commission agreed yesterday to that. Does anybody from the commission want to add on that? No.
One thing
Okay.
one thing I was thinking
Nick
actually
does.
is where the swale is now that you've cut it back. I was wondering if it's just instead of it's just the riprap, if it could actually land in some kind of a
Exactly.
filtering rain garden as the buffer
Exactly.
against the wall.
Exactly.
Because
Which is- Yep.
I'm looking at the landscape plan showing the salt tolerant sedges and rushes and stuff along that line.
Pat, can
And
you
I'm
go to
just-
the landscape plan?
That's slide 6, Pat, on what we presented earlier.
I'm just thinking, against that wall, the bend in the wall there, if the pipe dumped into some kind of a filtering rain garden before it went out into the sound to the seaward side of the
she's-
or the mountain
that's it.
laurel.
That's exactly what Alexandra seems to be looking for.
Right.
So you wouldn't just have to sheet flow it. You could do something that adds some sort of capacity and retention, because you're not having to do anything, and it makes sense to do something.
Well, I'm thinking it's in lieu of having this narrow buffer along that line. As if there was something a little bit more significant that, one, it's the buffer that we were looking for, and two, it's some way to actually create a better water quality discharge issue.
There was one other alternative that Larry was sketching out, and that was to replace the riprap with a level spreader, which would infiltrate into the ground and be some, 25 feet wide, Larry?
We would leave you happily to resolve those issues with staff as long as you widen the buffer and you add some sort of filtration, some sort of treatment, something more than what was provided in the original. And I apologize, I haven't had a chance to go back to the plan to look at the plan you submitted this afternoon.
Okay. Hi, this is Larry
I'm sorry.
Liebman.
I'm sorry, Larry Liebman. First is Katie. Katie?
Larry, you're probably just about to answer my question, but what you were suggesting, some sort of hold basically for the first inch and then it would kind of overflow out? Is that what you were about to say with the level spreader?
Something like that. What I was going to say is first, the permeable pavement in the driveway is going to hold 5 times the amount of water, or there's void spaces there. And that has to fill up before it travels on down and it goes and discharges out. The level spreader, yes, would have even more spaces in there to let it go and to do it. Again, this is something that we can work out with staff. The level spreader is a definite member of the treatment train that we have given, or that is acceptable according to Mr. Marucci and Ms. Mock. I think that the actual doing the plantings that we have suggested as well as maybe some minor tweaking, that would be appropriate. The pipe was pulled back 25 feet instead of 35 feet. And that's where I would place the level spreader there. That way, in lieu of that riprap apron, so that this way, then it would act as another filtering device. The final, it would all filter down the lawn or the area that's there to the wall, and there'll be additional plantings that, again, will increase the size of that buffer strip, and we'll increase the size of that buffer strip to what staff and what we work out with staff. And my opinion is that this is going to be an okay project. Detaining water at the bottom of the watershed is never a good idea. When you think about it, this is as far as low in the watershed as we can get. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't try and treat the water, but I believe that we're treating the water with the porous pavement, with the catch basins, by the way, and the trench drains that are going to have drains to the sound on them. So there should be it's going to be labeled right on the drains themselves. The overall reduction of impervious surfaces is part of the project, as well as we're reducing the lawn surfaces by adding more planting area. I believe that we can make this work with the items that we can satisfy everybody's concerns.
I believe you can make it work. That's why we were willing to do it as a condition that you work with staff and conservation. It's the best answer in my mind, that you make sure conservation understands that you've got the pervious pavement, but at the same time that you find something that treats the sound a little better. Anything you can do to protect the sound.
That shall be done, Madam Chair.
We can do that and accept that as a condition of approval.
Does anybody on the commission have any more comments on this application?
No.
Okay,
I mean, just obviously that the maintenance of the permeable pavement needs to be, I'm sure you've got that. You're going to be listed in your maintenance documents, obviously.
Yes, there would be, Katie. Thank you.
I didn't really understand how that greenhouse thing worked that's in the deck. Can you bring it up, Pat? And with all the rear view of the property? I meant to ask about it at the briefing yesterday, just to digress for a sec. If you would go and show that, there's a view.
Let's see, you can sort of see it in slide 8.
Yeah, right. You can see it in these two. So if you just zoom in on these two, Pat, on what I think it's the one on the far right shows it better. So you have on the lower level, you have this glass structure on the lowest level, and that is glass above.
Right. Because it's the greenhouse.
Okay. And the 2 flights of steps over here, where you have 3 flights of steps, there's not any way that you could accomplish some of that in grading?
Well,
no, I guess not. I mean, it just,
you try to reduce the amount of grading going on rather than filling the site. We're working with the grades. This house is basically in the same place and at the same elevation as the house that was there.
Yeah, it's just
is there.
Yep. Okay. I'll leave you be. That greenhouse kind of baffled me, but okay. All right.
We'll send photos.
All right. Yeah. Or yes, we'll drive by it when you're done. Does anybody have any questions? Does anybody from the public wish to speak? Please raise your virtual hand. Nobody from the public. Okay. Does anybody, if anybody objects to closing this item, please raise your hand. Okay, we will not, Mr. Yeski, you raised your hand, but you didn't mean it, right? Okay,
no.
So we will close this application then. And Mr. McRae, would you be ready to make a motion?
Yes. 3 Perkley Lane, application PLPZ 2021-85, final coastal site plan. Applicant seeking approval to demolish an existing residence to construct a new single-family dwelling, new driveway and related site improvements in the R12 and COZ zones. Whereas the subject property straddles the X and VE 15 flood zones and has direct frontage on Greenwich Cove. Commission finds that zoning issued comments on 4/5/21 indicating the proposal meets the requirements of the BZR and endorsed the project for zoning permit sign-off. Zoning Board of Appeals granted a variance for front yard setback. The front yard setback would be 14.5 feet, whereas 35 feet is the minimum in the R12 zone. Sewer issued comments 4/17/21 indicating no issues to be addressed during the Planning and Zoning Commission review. Engineering, the applicant submitted a drainage exemption dated 2/17/21. Conservation issued comments on 4/5 indicating concerns with drainage, outfall, pipe, and proposed landscape. DEEP issued a memo dated 2/4/21 indicating concurrence with items 2 and 3 of Conservation Commission's April 5/21 analysis and recommendations. And Wetlands issued a permit needs questionnaire on 2/3/21 indicating no action required. Therefore, motion to approve the final plan with the following comments: that prior to zoning permit, the applicant shall work with Conservation and Planning and Zoning Commission staff to address discharge water quality from the proposed drainage pipe swale. And the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
Okay, do I have a second to that
Second.
motion? Mr. Levy has seconded. Mr. Levy, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski,
Aye.
Mr. Hardman,
Aye.
Mr. McRae,
Aye.
Albin is also aye. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Hegney.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And we now open the public hearing. Mr. Basili, are you all set?
All set.
Ms.
All set.
Alban, if you want to re-announce that the Prospect Street project has been postponed, just in case.
Well, we've gone by it already. on
3
the
and 4
agenda.
both.
Yeah, but we've gone by it already. We're now in the public hearing. Okay, well, folks, Prospect Street's been postponed for anybody who's still waiting for it. Numbers 3, 4, and 5, which is 100 Brookside Drive, has also been postponed. And we now go to item 6, which is the public hearing. And with that, this is for a final re-subdivision at 8 and 14 Fox Run Lane in the RA2. And I believe that Mr. DeAndrea was representing the applicant. Mr. DeAndrea, there he is. Hello, Mr. DeAndrea, you're still muted. Mr. DeAndrea, if you would unmute. Mr. DeAndrea, if you would unmute. Mr. DeAndrea, if you would
I can-
unmute.
His lips, he says he's trying.
Oh, okay, you're done. You're good.
Let me close one curtain here for a minute, if you don't mind.
No, not at all. Since he had a striped face. Okay,
Being the astute engineer that I am, I just went to the other side of the table, but that doesn't seem to work much better.
no,
Try this.
now you're
There we
in the
go.
dark.
How's
Okay,
that?
there you, that's great.
Thank you very much for your patience. Good evening. I am representing Jennifer York this evening. We are applying for a final re-subdivision, which affects 2 parcels on the westerly side of Fox Run Lane. It is in the RA2 zone. Currently, we have lot number, what we know as dwelling number 8. That property contains a house, driveway, and several accessory structures. According to the assessor's records, the house and all the accessory structures were constructed around 1928. The second parcel is a vacant parcel, but it has been assigned a street number, which is number 14. It is a compliant 2-acre parcel, and it contains exactly 2 acres. It was created as part of a 4-lot subdivision in 1978. The area of number 8 Fox Run currently is 5.922 acres and is compliant with all aspects of area, lot shape, and frontage. The area of the vacant parcel number 14, being 2 acres, as I said, is also compliant in all aspects of area, lot shape, and frontage. Since Jennifer York owns both of the parcels, she recognized that the development of lot number 14 could be enhanced if they were to exchange half an acre from the larger tract number 8, which would increase the area of the vacant parcel to 2.5 acres. If approved by the commission this evening as a revision of lot lines or re-subdivision as we applied for, we would demolish all the accessory structures that currently are located within that half-acre parcel. The comments from conservation were favorable, recognizing that we can develop the property a little easier without having the accessory structures. DPW has had no objection to the lot line revision. We have filed an application with the Wetlands Agency, which is currently under review. So DPW has seen some of the drainage computations, and we've had a discussion about those with that department. Similarly, the health department received from us a design for a septic system, which we call the code complying septic system, to accommodate the existing dwelling on the property, recognizing that it's likely that that dwelling will be demolished. Nevertheless, we presented a full compliant septic system design. Health department, through Michael Long, has indicated that he has no objection to the lot line revision. And similarly, the ZEO has also commented that, stating the obvious, that once the lot line revision is approved, if you do so tonight, the FAR for the remaining 5.4 acres has to comply, and we're certainly aware of that. So in a very simple application, I believe we're totally compliant with the zoning aspects. We've satisfied health department. Conservation has made favorable comments. And of course, we will process through the Wetlands Agency and all aspects of the engineering department at the appropriate time.
So Mr. Leroux or Mr. Luca, did you hear anything back from the wetlands folks on this property and on the issue if it is a re-subdivision, where they are on it?
I did not.
Okay.
If I can add to that, as I said, that there has been an application filed for number 8, anticipating demolition of the existing dwelling and the accessory structures, as I mentioned, and a reconstruction of a new dwelling. So there is an application underway with the Wetlands Agency.
Yeah.
But what about for this action, though?
Yeah, do we have a green sheet or any sort of indication from them?
We filed an application.
Yes, but for
future,
this,
I mean, for future homes or whatever. What about just for the sub or resub?
Well, Katie, I thought that the process of filing an application with the Wetlands Agency recognizes that there are wetlands on there, and therefore there wouldn't be the formality of a green sheet to establish the fact that we're filing an application.
Mr. DeAndrea, you have two separate actions here. Your first action is the sub or resub. And that would require, because there's wetlands on site, we would want to know where wetlands stands. Your application for a site plan could take place in 40 years. That's a separate action. So yesterday, the discussion was if this is a sub resub, you would need something from wetlands on this specific action. And we were leaning to it being a sub-resub and not a lot line revision, just because, and I believe you pointed it out in your narrative, this has been the subject of a previous subdivision. And so at this time, we were seeing it as a re-subdivision, since it is a pretty, and there was also this question of how the property, and I don't know if we ever landed on this one, but the fact that the garage for the property has been in use on the adjoining property. So without wetlands, Katie, Patrick, what are your thoughts?
Well, okay, I want to, can we understand a little bit more from Mr. DeAndre, what he's
All right.
submitted?
In the process of presenting this application, the applicant, through its agent, has filed for a demolition permit. So in that process, they filed the green sheet. So the Wetlands Agency is certainly aware of what we're doing. And since the application is for a revision of lot lines that would make the small vacant lot larger, and the fact remains that there are wetlands on the property, and the notations indicate on the plan that every application would have to be approved by the Wetlands Agency, then I don't see where the problem is. But
Oh, I guess part of the issue is if there's, so there's an understanding that there's two lots.
yes,
So that's the question, is it, so there's two lots. As we just was questioned yesterday, whether those lots may have merged as a function of use.
right. I can respond to that, Katie. I think that if we read that section of our regulations 6-9 as I think it was intended, the only way that could be changed or be applied is if in the application of 6-9, you were able to make the lots compliant by taking more land. In this case, the vacant lot number 14 has exactly 2 acres. You could not change the lot line to render the garage legal as far as zoning setbacks, because you would diminish the area of the vacant parcel. The fact remains, and I think the commission can appreciate it, the buildings that are on the half acre are proposed to be demolished, including the garage that straddles the line. So the application for demolition has already been filed, and the green sheet has been presented in that regard. So I think we're compliant in the intent and spirit of all the regulations that could be applied.
Yeah, I mean, that was what I had mentioned yesterday, that they're compliant lots, so they're not non-conforming lots, number one. Number two, there was a previous subdivision, and you are not required to remove the structures, et cetera, until you either file for a building permit or you sell the lot. So there's no issue there.
They appreciate that.
I don't think so. So then therefore there would be 2 lots. So then the question becomes whether or not it's a subdivision or re-subdivision. And if it's considered a re-subdivision, then I think you would need to get something from the Wetlands Agency, because at that point you're making the determination of buildable lots. At this point, I think if you're doing a finding of no subdivision or re-subdivision, then you're not making that finding. You're just making the finding that there's no material diminishment, there's no impact on the septic system, et cetera.
Technically, it becomes a
lot
line revision, neither a subdivision or a re-subdivision.
That's not defined in the subdivision regulations, which is why I'm not saying it like that, but it's de facto, yeah.
Yeah.
It's the finding is it's not a sub or re-sub, so the technicality is you're not making the finding that you're creating developable lots. Hence the reason why you would then have to come back to the commission, Mr. DeAndre. Let's assume it was found to be not a sub or re-sub. You would correctly, as you've done already, filed for the wetland permit, and then come back and to the commission or to staff under the previous subdivision and say, here's what I'm looking to do with these lots, with these parcels.
I do agree with you, and I think that's the appropriate way to go. The lot was created in 1978. According to the assessor's records, all those accessory structures date back to sometime in that regard. And therefore, when they did the original subdivision, they didn't note that the garage was there. but in fact, according to what we've been able to determine, it was. I think the most expedient, fair, and appropriate way to proceed is that it is a lot line revision. We're enhancing the development potential of number 14, the vacant parcel, by removing all the accessory structures, providing another means of access into the lot, recognizing there are wetlands, and also, again, recognizing that the Wetlands Agency is aware of the application to demolish through the green sheet for that aspect. But I think it is a lot line revision. It makes sense in this regard, in this case. If nothing else, we are addressing the potential zoning issue and making it a better lot for development potential, given the environmental resources that we're dealing with.
Any comments from anybody else?
Nothing here.
So and the septic is not,
Impacted.
the septic is far removed from these areas, right?
Right. The septic system is located, the proposed septic system, as noted by Mr. Long, it has been presented and reviewed by the health department. And that, in this case, the only applicability, for the review is to the larger lot, which is being made smaller. That's why we had to file the code complying system. In regard to the vacant lot, we have been with the health department on the lot for testing for future development. So we've established the viability of the lot, the fact that it still remains. And again, since the lot was created back in 1978, it's being made, if you will, more developable because we're making it a ½ acre larger. So we've addressed the health department issues that are applicable to this request for a lot line revision.
Okay. Any comments from the commission? Any questions or comments? Any questions or comments from the public? If you have a question or comment, please raise your virtual hand. If there's nobody from the public who wishes to speak, since at this time nobody wishes to speak and there are no further questions from the commission or issues, I would suggest we close this item and take a decision accordingly at the end of the hearing. Does anybody object to closing this item? Please raise your virtual hand. Your real hand, I'm sorry. No objections. Okay, we will close this item then and we will decide it at the end of the hearing tonight.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. DeAndrea.
Thank you.
Okay. Our next application is Foundation House LLC for both a final re-subdivision at 124 Old Mill Road in the RA4, as well as a final site plan and special permit to establish a philanthropic center. The notice says a center for learning, but I believe it's now a philanthropic operation and not a center for learning per se. At 124 Old Mill, I assume that's Mr. Hegney. And I am looking for Ms. Sternlicht. I assume that she also would like to participate. And hello, Mr. Hegney, you have sent us many things in the last couple of days. And I think it would be helpful to the commission if you updated on what has transpired around the mill and around the conversations with the neighborhood association. I think those are the two biggest issues, the preservation, the mill issues, and what the conversations about operation that you've had with the neighbors.
Yes.
If you want to start there, that'd be great.
You must be reading my notes, Madam Chair, because that's right where I was going to start.
You mean, she's not going to want us to talk a lot, but.
Good evening, everyone. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. We were last before you on the March 16th hearing. And at that time, Madam Chair, just as you have indicated, you wanted us to work out things with the Round Hill Association and to work on the grist mill. we submitted a letter dated April 8th, which attached conditions of approval. Those have been reviewed by the Round Hill Association and their counsel, Evan Seaman. I want to say that we've had a number of meetings since we last presented to you, that this has been a very cooperative and engaging effort. And I want to thank the members of the board of the Round Hill Association and specifically Evan Seaman for all their work and help in coming up with these conditions that they believe and we believe as well will protect the neighborhood with this non-residential use on the property. I know you've all had them to review as part of your staff report and have had a chance to discuss them. Unless there are specifics that you would like me to go over, basically this is to limit the number of large events, to limit when they can be held, limit the hours when they have to be finished, and that it requires, if there are more than 30 cars coming to an event, that Foundation House provide a police officer to provide for traffic control at the entrance and also at the corner of Old Mill Road and Round Hill Road, because that is, depending on how many cars there are pulling in for lunch, is difficult to see. And then we would have a period from this spring to next to have a certain number of events that we would increase that based on a review with the Round Hill Association for a period from May of 2022 to the end of September 2022, and would include also as part of that larger events, which could be held once every other month. And just to see what impact that has, the Round Hill Association would be able to and will meet with my client to review any operational issues. And if they feel the need for this commission to review it, that they would reach out and you would then hold additional hearings to determine what the appropriate number of events are at any given month or season. And we
Is
will
staff
also be
comfortable
maintaining.
with that? Katie, are you comfortable with that as a process in terms of staff?
That I'm
If
not sure.
there's, well, that so the idea is if there's a problem, that the Round Hill Association would go back, if the Round Hill Association has an objection to the operation, it would ask for a hearing. Is that the idea, Mr. Hegney?
First, it would raise these issues with staff. And if
With
staff
staff.
thought that it could be worked out on the staff level, it would be done that way. If the staff felt that it was something that needed to be reviewed by the commission, the staff would make that recommendation to the commission rather than the Round Hill Association saying we want the commission to review this.
I mean, it's unusual and uncomfortable, frankly, simply because we don't do things subject to one group's thoughts on something. I mean, and also the other thing is the commission presumably, will be taking action at some point. And if they are moving this forward, it would be based on your analysis provided stating that, they would agree with your analysis that it will be okay. So either it will be okay or it won't. So making it subject to a particular group, I don't think is normal or appropriate. I think it should be open to anybody if you're going to do it that way, as opposed to a specific group. I mean, Joe Schmo neighbor might say, I'm very uncomfortable with, it's not working or it's whatever.
Mrs. DeLuca, quick question. If as Mr. Heggie is kind of outlining here, that if there is an issue or kind of a dispute between the neighbors, the association, and the applicant, would it be better served if that issue or problem can't be resolved, that it return right back to us as opposed to staff? That
But I
they meet and talk first if it's something that cannot be resolved between the two parties or something?
You know,
Or is it-
these conditions will stay with this property forever. So I think something along the lines of, like I said, you know, you have limits on the property, you've established the use of the property, you've accepted the traffic analysis from said property. I mean, there could be all kinds of things that happen into the future, expansion of the parkways or another exit or whatever that could cause traffic changes on the road, which might then someone say, well, this site doesn't work anymore. That's not fair to the applicant, to the property owner. So I think it would make more sense to establish some sort of tracking system, so to speak, where, you know, you report back to where the applicant reports back to the commission. That you have done before, you know, regardless of who thinks anything about it. Is just, you have to come back regardless, and you establish for the record what the conditions are over, let's say, a 6-month period, a year period, both, whatever it is, so that you can, you know, say it so that you can verify what you're claiming in your documentation with respect to traffic.
So excuse me, Mr. Heggie. So
Yeah, please.
Mrs. DeLuca, what you're saying is like a 6-month report back to us, the commission, to see if as being proposed here on the conditions that are agreed on or are actually working, and if anything, any adjustment needs to be made.
Yeah, I would say 6 month and a year, just so you couldn't cover the whole year. But I mean,
Okay.
like I said, the documentation has been provided. The applicant is representing that they believe it will function appropriately. And so you were asking the applicant to provide documentation after the fact that that isn't true. That is in fact what has occurred. You know, like I said, you've got, I think, and I've maintained this from the beginning, I think the commission should be very clear about what can and cannot be done on this property, like we have done at other similar properties. I'm thinking Conyers, just it's the easiest example to come up with, where the zoning board of appeals in that instance established very specific number of events and the size of events, etc. And I think that's easiest for everybody, so that there's understood what the parameters are, because leaving it kind of open and loosey-goosey does create issues from an enforcement standpoint and from a, you know, predictability standpoint for people. That's my opinion.
Madam Chair, I think that the recommendation that Katie's making to have a review after 6 months, 6 months may be short, given that there isn't going to be an awful lot going on over the next 6 months, it doesn't appear. But certainly after a year. And the other key is after we have more events in the summer, and that's from May 22 to September 30th, 22, that we would make a report back to you at that point as well. I would add that this has been very much a cooperative dialogue. Everyone in Round Hill Association board knows where my client is and how to contact her. And she is maintaining an open line policy. So if something happens, we're looking to address it immediately, not waiting for 6 months or a year to pass, that it'll be handled right away.
Mrs. Alba, now, would it be appropriate to bring Mr. Seaman on? Just, I'd like to verify that he understands what this is and see if he's on board with that.
We can do that. Mr. Seaman, would you raise your hand? There he is. Okay. Okay. And if you would unmute. Hello. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, we got you. Hello, Mr. Seaman. So I think you've been listening to the discussion. Ms. DeLuca was not comfortable with the way it was worded, that the Round Hill Association would be the one to initiate any kind of dialogue, but instead that we would set a reporting, a look back, a couple of look backs and see how everything had gone, and that would just be automatic rather than being initiated by the Round Hill neighbors. Now, of course, you always can approach staff with what you feel is a problem with a neighboring property. So it doesn't mean you have no recourse. It just means that the review by the commission would be triggered automatically. Are you comfortable with that?
In the couple minutes, I haven't had the opportunity to speak with my client about that, so I can't.
Okay, I'll tell you what, I'm gonna mute you and let you do that. And
can I, there is one more thing I did
yes,
want
sir.
to address, and that might be helpful. I think what, so there's one other thing too, and I'm not sure if maybe that was inadvertently lost in the conversation. And that is, I think what Round Hill is most concerned with is we have this, we have this trial period with the large events and extra large events for some period of time. And then after
they'll
the
expand.
Right. And after the expiration of that trial period, if Foundation House seeks to permanently expand from 4 to 6 large events and in some fashion have extra large events after the trial period, that's where Round Hill Association wanted to have an opportunity.
Well,
if a condition of approval, if there's going to be 4 permitted events, and then an expansion,
okay, so
that's something different.
There's 2 things. In the way you have this written, it says, if at the expiration of the trial period, then Foundation House and RHA shall meet to discuss any issues or concerns. We can't mandate you guys to meet in our decision. As I understand it, Katie, clarify that for me if I'm wrong. We can't say they shall meet. However, you can have an agreement with the Foundation House that before they come in, they will meet with you before they revise and their approval, their special permit, that they would meet with you. Then they would come in to revise their permit or to change how they're using it, and we would review it as staff sees appropriate. But we can't mandate, for example, we can't mandate that you have a discussion with Mr. Hegney if you don't want to. We don't have that authority.
Understood.
So,
yeah,
but if you and I, from the way the parties have been so far, I don't think it'll be a problem for Foundation House to reach out to you. It seems that Ms. Sternlicht has done an incredible amount of outreach.
Yeah, that's true, and I do want to acknowledge that both Attorney Hegney and Mr. Sternlicht have, we had a Zoom meeting shortly after the last commission meeting, and then Attorney Hegney and I have been in communication over the past several weeks. So I think the parties the groups are in a good working relationship. The discussions have been very productive. It's just the concern with after the trial period for Round Hill is that if this special permit, say the number, I think what the applicant and what Round Hill have in mind, and for the commission's consideration, is that in the scope of this application, there will be allowed 4 large events.
Right.
And if Foundation House, after the trial period, chooses to amend the application to either amend this condition of approval or expands the number of large events and extra large events, then it would have to go through the process for that. And we did have in here language which Ms. DeLuca, I think, has spoken about, but Round Hill, at least if there are concerns in Round Hill's view, a different application, a different scope of activities that would be permitted, it would like to then have the opportunity to address that possible expansion.
Okay, so in that case, say for example, and I'm just going to make sure staff is comfortable with this, we approve a special permit that says X. If in a year, the applicant wants to do X plus 1, they file to amend their special permit, and we have a hearing in which that special permit is discussed, and Round Hill comes to the hearing and comments on it. That works fine, right?
Yes, that would just be normal process. Yep.
Okay, so first of all, you all keep the dialogue and your agreement to always talk and to be in communication with each other. And then second, if Foundation House ever wishes to change what their approved operation is, they would file an application and you all would come, as would anybody else, and comment on the views on it. That seems good process. So if y'all are comfortable with that, I think we've got a basis to work with.
Yeah, and that's what we tried to, I think, to
Okay.
put in the conditions, and
Yeah.
you probably have a better way.
No, I just got uncomfortable reading
Yeah.
this and I kept thinking, I can't make these people talk. So there's lots of times we wish we could, but it would be so great. And it's so great when people do have the dialogue that you all have been having.
Yes,
Okay,
it's very
so you've got, I assume, Patrick, that all these things that are in the staff report are the conditions that have been agreed to by the Round Hill Association. Somebody asked yesterday if there was a lapse in the not for commercial profit, but then the special permit would be gone. So I don't think that's an issue. Does anybody from the commission have any other comments? I kind of ran through.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I'm not sure I understand what the trial period is, but or for how long it is. But if it's a year, wouldn't seem to be enough. It wouldn't be representative. I think you'd want to go through 2 summers, so a year and a half or whatever it is from whatever this agreement is, because the first year it may not be totally representative as a sort of a startup operation, and it would be better to get 2 full summers under your belt to accurately evaluate this. And even though the Round Hill Association or any other neighbor or whomever could raise their hand and say, hey, there's stuff going on here that I'm not so keen on at any time, but the more formal period, I think, would be more appropriately stretched out, covering 2 summers.
Mr. Lowe, that was sort of our thought in providing for a trial period of 6 rather than 4 events a month, because we're not expecting things to get up and be normal again, at least until next spring. And so that's why we were thinking May 1st to May 22nd, May 1st, 2022 to September 30th, 22, that would be another period where it would be appropriate for us to evaluate where we are, have that discussion with the Round Hill Association, and then report back to you and to staff as to what the conditions have been.
Yeah, okay.
But
So
you're asking for 6 events, and I heard somebody say 4 events a minute ago. Of the extra, what they call large events, 4 to 6 per month.
And an extra large event every other month.
Okay, so they're saying there shall be no more than 4 large events. That's what's in this. And you're saying you would want to do 6.
Well, that's what we had discussed as this trial period over the summer of 22, so that we would see what impact, if any, that had on the surrounding neighborhood. And that's what we have been discussing, and that's what we would like to be able to do as a trial period, and then report back to staff at that time. So we would do it, we could do it on 6 months, a year, and then this at the end of September of 22.
Yeah, but I'm hearing that Round Hill, I'm sorry, Ms. Sternlicht, go right ahead.
Whoops, hi. I might be able to give just a little clarity to this. I'm
good.
happy to do the to get the special permit as 4.
Okay.
Okay. And then if I find, let's say 2 years from now, like, wow, demand is there and there's so many more interesting things to do, then I would just come to you and say, I'd like to amend it to 6, and then the neighborhood can weigh in. But I don't think that we probably can do the permit as 4 and then 6 and then C.
Yeah. Okay. That seems really good.
4.
Because
yeah,
okay, because you don't know right now.
You don't know.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that a lot. You don't know, so why lock you into the future? You start out with something, and then if everybody thinks it's a great success, then okay, I'm good with that. So, Mr. McRae,
Yeah, I got that as a note.
and the look back and that trial period, you guys are amenable to. You're saying it ends 5/30/22. Is that what you said? Is that what you said?
There's no more trial period. It's just, we'll do the permit at 4 and then see how it's going. And after, I have a year or so under my belt. And if I actually do think I want to raise it to 5 or 6, then I'll just come in and ask permission, and the Round Hill can weigh in and we can all kind of discuss it.
Well, they wanted to have some sort of review midway in April of 2022, which we would say is not with Foundation House and the neighbors and RHA, but with staff. And we could just ask that you come into staff a year from now and just do a gut check. You don't have to come to us. You just talk to Katie or Patrick.
Well, yeah, I mean, what we've done in the past is we usually do a year after the certificate of occupancy has been issued. And I mean, I think it would be a good idea just to have them present to the commission actually, and just say, just here's how it has been working. Based on the traffic reports that have been and the discussions that we've had throughout all these hearings. And then to just explain how it's been going. And then at that point, discuss with the property owner, have there actually been large events? Maybe they haven't been as large as had been anticipated. Maybe there's a demand for more, whatever the situation is. But usually with projects that are institutional projects and that are difficult to understand the impact.
Okay, so let's do that. Let's do a year after the CO, because right now you also might, I like that a lot better, because right now everybody's talking about how hard it is to get things finished, the shortage of materials, all sorts of construction problems. You could run into delays that you're not anticipating right now. So that gives you, once you're ready to go a year later, a year after your CO, hopefully it'll be Godspeed, but you never know. Okay.
I think that makes a lot of sense.
Okay, Ms. Sternlicht?
So we are going to be able to have events before that building is built because we have a big lawn.
Yeah, but you've got the, okay, so you would do them without a building CO, but you need to have your restroom facilities CO'd?
Or some restaurant.
You bring in, you bring in the porta.
Okay.
All
right.
There is the lawn, there is the house. No building on the property can hold, as many people as would be a large event, right? It can hold 30 or 40, but it certainly can't hold, 100 for a seated dinner. So, but we will be able to do outdoor tented things and things like that.
So the
situation, wait till the CO is for the building itself, and then do it after that, or do you want to do it for the type of events I can do in the meantime outside and on the
And the tents are a little funny too, because you do have to submit a special event permit for the tent. So, and what the commission has done in some instances for the Hyatt and Bellhaven
Is to extend the duration.
Yeah, but then but there's like an annual thing that's a whole nother thing. We've got to come back to the commission for that. So I see your point though, that there's not like a structure involved. So maybe it's, a year after the first event. Maybe that's one way to do it.
Or just do whichever is sooner, the CO or 5/30/22.
It could be positioned at on the a year from the date of the decision.
Yeah, I think that would work.
That'll start the clock for a year. Well, actually, it would start the clock, but I think actually getting back to the May, September 2022, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Because then it'll actually whatever Mr. Sternlicht has in mind today, as opposed to in a year as well. So,
Madam Chair, may I ask a question? Well, may I make a comment, please?
Of course, Mr.
Thank
Seaman.
you. So I was on the phone with my client in this part of the conversation, but as to your question about reporting back to the commission, Round Hill is okay with that. I was just hoping if someone could please clarify again the number of large events during the trial period. I think I missed that when I was on the phone with my client.
Just 4, Evan.
Four.
Okay.
Limited to 4.
4. And I put my hand up and it goes away. Look.
Okay.
So 4 events. And that was Ms. Sternlicht who offered that up, that she just go with 4 events. And then later on, if she wants to do more than that sooner, she would just come in and let us know.
And we'd make application at that time.
Yes. Well, I'm shorthanding it. She would come in and let us know is code for you would amend your special permit.
Yes.
And the extra large events too during the trial period, I apologize, but I missed that.
Yeah, so that was a little bit of a confusion the way this is written to me. Can you all explain that to me? Because it says in the trial period, May 1, 2022 through September 30th, 2022, there's 6 large events per month and extra large events every other month. But it doesn't, I don't see how many on the extra large events. Did I miss something?
It would be more than 250.
No, but how many events?
One
every other month.
Okay, so one extra large.
6 a year, 6 a year. Basically.
So one bi-monthly extra large.
It's like eggs.
It's like eggs, yeah.
Right.
And they're brown. And then 4 monthly larges.
Yes.
Don't use bi-monthly though. That word should be stricken because everyone gets confused with it.
What we said, Victoria, was every other month.
Okay, I'm very fond of
Just
bi and
semantics.
semi. I like bi and semi a whole lot, but okay.
There's a distinction between biennial and biannual.
Yes. Okay.
And then final question, I'm
yes,
sorry.
Mr. Seaman.
In the event that Foundation House wishes to make the extra large events more than 250 permanent after the trial period, that Foundation House would also come back for an amendment to the special permit or some sort of application for that, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So, but again, I want to come back to the date thing because now I'm struggling again with the date. It seems to me that the trial period was originally going to run through 9/30/2022. Why aren't we just leaving it there?
Well, I think we are.
Okay, 9/30/2022. Nick
Right.
said that. Okay, as long as Nick says
So
that.
trial period, from my understanding, would start dated decision letter.
Okay.
Through 9/30/2022.
Okay.
And that was to make sure actually whatever's happening in
I'm
this
good.
year is up to speed with what's going to happen to next year.
Okay. So I'm scratching the year after the CEO. Okay. I think we're good.
Is everybody clear on the definition of large and extra large and is the limits there?
Well, extra large I've got that's more than 250.
And large is defined as 101 to 250.
It's like size.
And there's no cap on extra large?
No, there's no cap on extra large.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, there is a limit for occupancy due with the health code, correct?
Right, and fire and health. So
actually, the thought for the extra large events was that they would be outside because by definition of the space we have, we can't have more than 250 inside.
But if you do a tent, you're still going to have to respect code when you're doing the tents. So you should be limited. That'll limit the capacity. And if you do it so that you've got no place to put people's cars, then it'll be a problem for you guys and you'll not do that again. You know, if it gets, if too many people bring their plus ones. Does anybody from the commission have any substantive other issues to raise?
I'd like just to verify with Mr. Hegney and Mrs. Fox if she's online, just to make sure that actually the applicant and Preservation Network has agreed on the conditions of the mill building.
Mr. McRae, I did want to touch on that because we had a large group and there were several discussions going on simultaneously amongst the group. We had representatives of the HDC, Historical Society, Grand Historic Preservation. We're all at the mill. There were conversations going on while I was in the lower portion with Paul Pugliese and Chuck Hilton looking at the supports for the grist stone. I then had another conversation with Deborah and Carl Mecke, who wrote the report in 2017. My notes that I had from those conversations that I went over with my client were that we were going to take the steps necessary to replace the roof and shore up the framing for the shed, which is on the back side of the grist mill. And that we were going to also work with the Historical Society to have a structural engineer look at what, if anything, was necessary to shore up the grist stone. When I was down there in the bowels of the building with Chuck Hilton, his comment was, well, this isn't going anywhere anytime soon, but we thought that we should bring a structural engineer in to look at that. We were going to coordinate that with the Historical Society. The other items that are on the list that Ms. Fox sent you, some 14 items, a lot are just talking about the roof in the back, and we're planning on shoring it up and making it tight. Are items that we were going to continue to have a discussion with the Historical Society on, and I indicate that in my letter, but we had not yet gotten to the point where it could be a specific list of what to do. You know, I just want to point out, it was 1994 that this restriction was put on. There was supposed to be annual reviews. The only review that I know of is from 2017 that Mr. Mecke did as an architect. His comment was the thought that it was in better shape now than it was in 2017. And my client has taken steps to stabilize and shore up the building and protect it. We've made a commitment to continue that discussion with the Historic District Commission and the Historical Society. But we weren't prepared to have a specific checklist like what was in the letter from Ms. Fox. Because that we really hadn't had a chance to go through that. The critical item was the shed roof. We agreed that that would be done. We agreed how it would be done, what materials would be used. And we all agree on that. I should add also, we did say that we would reach out to the wetland agency to see what trimming we could do, because there are trees that are overhanging the roof now. And given that the water runs through the building, there are wetlands there, and we would need to review that with the wetland agency to determine what could be done, but we were willing to do that as well. The other items, I think, require some more discussion. My client has made a commitment to work with the Historical Society on that, and I think we need to have more dialogue before we agree on any of the other items that are on this list.
Thank you, Mr. Hagney. Mrs. Fox. I guess I have two letters, one from Mrs. Fox and one from Mr. Hagney. They kind of jive on a little bit, but not some other aspects. So I'm wondering how, where this kind of puts us as the commission in the middle here. Mrs. Fox, you're muted still.
Okay, if I may try to explain. Technically speaking, the Declaration of Restrictions says that a report is to be filed by the Historic Society to the Planning and Zoning Commission. So what you saw that Carl Mecke and Eric Brower put together, the inspection report, the 14 points, is really a report to the Planning and Zoning Commission. All right, so that gives the big perspective of saying, these are the things that, based on inspection, that need to be done. In the discussion that we had, and there were several discussions going on site, the priorities, I guess you'd say, the priority is the shed dormer that it's attached to the main building is the one that is most critical at this point. There is particle board on the interior that's molded. The structural supports of that area are not sufficient to hold it in place. And so the items that you see on the inspection report, the removal of trees, as Tom indicated, that is important because the mold is building up because there's not enough ventilation, particularly in the summer with the leaves on the tree. The tarp covering for the entire roof really should be removed. And we did discuss that on site. Even the main part of the structure, the tarp should be removed and any replacement shingles should be put in place. That'll keep, first of all, the tarp won't last too long. And number two, it just builds up more moisture according to what we were told. So that was also discussed on site too. The particular area, as I say, the shed area needs to be having supports, particle board removed, plywood, and then asphalt shingles on top is what we had discussed. Those are the most critical things to preserve the building at this moment of time. And I say that because one of the discussions was to get this done before the winter sets in next year. But the decision really is up to the commission because the report comes to you and we can discuss this with the applicant and Mimi and Tom out there. We were all talking about the same things. And the prior owner did do some of the supports. And that's why I sent you some of the pictures, because some of those interior supports, which are new for the roof structure of the main part of the mill, were done before Mrs. Sternlicht took over the property at that point. She's added to it, there's no question. But those are the things that we really need to get your commission review on to be able to say, because we don't have the authority without, when I say we, this Historical Society, Deborah's away right now. Historical Society does not have the authority to move on these things, even in a point of discussion with the applicant without the commission's backing. And that's really what the declaration says. That we give you the report, the commission, if the report is adequate, we can do staging, priorities. I don't think there's any question about that. But, that's really up to the commission to put into place at this point. So the 14 points, some of them are significant, some are not as significant. It can be done over periods of time, but it's really to get the shed area really taken care of at this point, and to get some of those trees pruned or removed as much as possible. So both interior, and this is where the interior exterior issue comes into play. Even though the declaration talks about the exterior is only as good as the support structure in the interior. And that's where the shed dormer area is really a critical part. They've done very good supports on the main part on the interior, so that's holding up the roof. We were concerned about that. After seeing it, I think we can say that looks very good. But the shed dormer does need to be addressed. But this is a commission issue because the report goes to you and the declaration says it's up to the Planning and Zoning Commission. So, and we're happy to work with them, but it really comes down to your critical decision.
Okay, so we've made the commitment to repair and replace the sheathing and the shingles on the shed roof.
Okay, that seems to be the priority, Mrs. Fox, is the shed roof.
The shed roof, both interior and exterior, but also to remove the tarp on the main part.
Right.
And to see, and supposedly there were shingles already under there. So, sorry, excuse me. There we go. It may be necessary to replace a few shingles on the main portion, but the tarp is not going to be adequate to carry through a snowstorm, and it'll just create more moisture. So that was the other part of that too.
It is a very nice tarp on the roof. And a number of the people did comment that they had never seen quite as nice a tarp on the roof. It's fitted, it looks like it was made for the structure.
I was told, and I'm not the authority on this, but I was told that it lasts about 3 years. So, you know, the question is, it may look great right now, but it may not last and it may create more problems and moisture in the future. We just don't.
Yeah, and the reason for putting it on was to preserve what was there as we now can look at it and see what needs to be done and take it in stages.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So
and this is obviously a good time of year to be talking about this because before the winter sets in, say between now and November, a lot of this can be addressed very easily.
So Mr. Hagan, you'll actually speak to wetlands about tree trimming as inclusive of your letter here?
Yes.
Okay.
I had meant to include that, but obviously we can't do anything there without wetland approval.
Right. Okay. And then actually the report is to us, so we can actually make this part of the site plan. So we have kind of a basis. I don't remember seeing a report or a previous report. So this will be, to me, actually a good place to start. We know what's going on right there.
There was a report from 2017 that Mr. Mecki prepared.
Mm-hmm.
And that is part of the record already. That was submitted by the Preservation Network.
Okay, great. So I think if we can actually get to the repairs and things that are actually stated in Mr. Hagney's letter from the 12th, and we include this inspection report as well as part of that, maybe we're getting closer to where we need to be on the grist mill and preserving that.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, there's been a lot of neglect over the years. There's been piecemeal work done, but nobody's really taken the same kind of review and detail that my client has at this point.
Okay, I think the only thing I would
we really appreciate it. I just want to let that know. Thank you.
The only thing I would add to this is that if there's a crew out there doing remedial work to the shed dormer roof, if it's a possibility to actually take a look at the main roof and see what they could do with that to remove the tarp. I don't think a tarp is indicative of actually the history of this building. And it's probably doing more damage than good at this moment.
There probably weren't tarps like that in the 1700s. I agree.
But we don't want to get in the way of the work either or expose the interior.
No, what I'm just saying is that if there's a crew out there working on one roof, if there's an opportunity to have that same crew look under the tarp and see what they could do about actually doing that roof as well at the same time. You have the crew out there doing one, why not do the whole thing at the same time? But that's something for the property owner to do. It's on the list. It's on the inspection report of something to address, and if they can do it all at the same time, it'd be great.
And we'll certainly go over that with the Historical Society. That has the obligation to do the report.
Okay.
Okay, so then the last thing is that, so is that satisfactory in terms of the mill to all involved?
Well, I guess the question is, if this report, the inspection report and our letter are part of the file, and you say as part of your decision that these steps need to be taken, however you want to prioritize them, and then we can continue working with the applicant, the Historical Society and the applicant, and Conservation actually also, then we can move forward and on an ongoing basis to see what else needs to be done. We're assuming no surprises. You know what I'm saying? Is that as the work is progressing on the dormer shed, et cetera, both interior and exterior, and if the tarp is removed, we're assuming everything's going to be good.
What if, but just if something is phenomenally, turns out that the cost estimate, you knew where I was going. If that cost estimate to repair something is phenomenally out of scale for some reason from what was originally envisioned, what protection does the applicant have if we have required this prioritization and the applicant, for some reason, there's an event that keeps the applicant from meeting it? I suppose the applicant has to come in and revise. I've never been in a situation where we had that kind of requirement. Katie, do you have any thoughts on that? I feel like mandating.
Well, if I may,
specific, I just
Chair.
wanted to make sure, because Katie has to be able to administer this. So I just wanted to see if she had thoughts first, if you don't mind.
I think there
Mrs.
was
Fox.
language in that declaration, wasn't there?
Yes.
Yes, the burden falls to the town.
Okay.
If the owner does not take care of the issue, the burden falls to the town, and the town incurs expenses, and the expenses are then prorated over to the applicant owner.
Oh, I bet the RTM's just going to love that one.
But unfortunately, that has not happened over the years, even
Thank
with
God.
the report from 2017. There was no, the owner at the time, and my clients only owned this property for 16 months. The owner at the time
The longest 16 months. Go ahead.
was supposed to have taken care of that within the November 2017 report. That never happened. And although there may have been some work done, not an awful lot, it's basically in the same condition it was in before. Although the work that my client has just done recently, when I talked to Mr. Mecki about it, he said it was actually in better shape than it was in 2017. So what I put in the letter is what we're willing to do, plus the tree trimming with the approval of wetlands. And the other items, I think, Madam Chair, you can accept as part of the report from the Historical Society. But I would be concerned about mandating that they be done now, because as you said, this could be a real money pit, and we want to be able to provide the preservation of it. We've committed to that. We told the Historical Society that, but we need to be able to do this in a somewhat of a cost-effective manner.
Katie, what about, how do we go about the wording?
Mrs. DeLuca, before you answer, I have some ideas
Every
on how
time I
to.
ask Katie a question, someone jumps in. Could
I
we
have
let
some-
Katie answer the question?
Well, wait a minute, before you do, I do have some ideas on how to actually go about this. I need to kind of wrap my head around it a little bit more, but there's a way to find the middle ground here in
Okay.
terms of what the priorities are now to preserve the building and what needs to be done in the future to keep it preserved. Because we have generally a list of things that need to be done, and we know what the priorities that need to be done immediately, on two different things. So actually, it's a combination of both. And
Okay, now, yeah, okay, but let's just, I just would like Katie to weigh in. You're not muted, are you? No, okay, go ahead, Katie.
My suggestion would be, I mean, it's a difficult situation considering that all these years have gone by and that, we haven't been able to, I think the declaration made a lot of sense. And unfortunately it wasn't followed to and we are where we are. So my suggestion would be, and this is just a thought here, if the applicant could do the things that are that seems to have been agreed to and that seemed to be the most significant in terms of getting rid of the tarp, dealing with the shed dormer and what have you. And then perhaps doing a cost estimate, at least, of the other things that are on that list. And then what they're willing to do, fantastic. What is in dispute and what have you, maybe we could have them, the Historical Society submit or at least deal with it through staff and see what we can get resolved and whatever we can't, assuming that everything can at least be shored up and stabilized, that we come back to the commission at the same time you come back with those other reports and just say, look, here's where we are. Because my sense is that what might happen is that there is some sort of cost, astronomical cost. We all know the climate of the town budget at the moment. And my sense is that we'll probably have to do some sort of fundraising, public-private partnership type of thing if it comes down to it. Hopefully we don't have to go there. And we can just manage it with the help of the property owner. But that's my sense is at least, I don't know, Mr. if that's something that you'd be willing to do, at least do the cost analysis so we could see what we're talking about here.
Sure. Thanks, Katie. I think my biggest concern is that it can actually just be a money pit with just continual requests saying you need to do this, you need to do this, and I'm supposed to just do everything that they decide I should do.
I agree. I mean, you just don't know. They want to preserve different priorities. You have to run this operation and they want to preserve a building. So with slightly different priorities, you could have a conflict. You both want to preserve, but yes, you need to find the sweet spot. And I think what Katie's suggesting, does that make sense to you, Ms. Sternlicht?
Yeah, it does. I mean, I think the biggest issue is the millstone, which was referenced, is it's a very large, probably weighs a ton, literally a ton,
or more,
or more. And this is kind of in a ditch of wetlands, and so to even try to bring machinery there to try to lift this thing up may destabilize the entire building. I mean, you take something that's been there for 300 years sitting in this precarious spot and you move it, and then it's going to be like, like Jenga or something, and just kind of like, so it sounds easy when they just said, oh, just like cribbing, just like stick little things under it. You can't just stick little things under it when it weighs a ton. It's a huge, heavy stone with metal around it. So I'm just reluctant to commit to saying, sure, that's your list now, and then you're going to give me another list next year, and the lists are just going to keep coming. And preservation and restoration are two very different things. I will preserve what's there now, but to start restoring is it could be $1 million. So to try to bring it back to its historical situation of 1995.
So,
I think that Katie's suggestion to quantify the extent of work going forward is a good way to really understand the problem. And otherwise, we're just speculating. So I appreciate the problem that you do have here. And anything that we can do to quantify it, I think will just simplify matters. We'll know what we're really talking about.
If I may make one other comment, please. Chuck Hilton, who was out there, said he would be willing to get a structural engineer to look at the question of the millstone and whether it needed support. And there was not going to be a cost attributable to that. Right. The other thing is, and Tom's letter indicates this as well, the Historical Society was thinking, in order to offset some of the future costs, especially, the idea of setting up a Friends for Selleck Mill to be able to finance some of the work. That is something that we said, and Mimi heard that too, as well as Tom, that's something the Historic Society would like to work with. There was also a potential that to alleviate the owner at some future time, if it was possible to lop off about 1 acre of property for the mill and put that into a different ownership, both the land and the building, that would, such as a 501c3, again, the Historic Society could work on that as well. That would alleviate and yet permanentize the preservation and restoration of the mill and have a funding source at the same time, and understand that this would alleviate the owner of some of the responsibilities in the future. So these things were hinted at and lightly discussed. So I just want to put that out there for your
So,
thoughts.
what we're discussing here is preservation. The applicant commits to ongoing preservation per the priorities that have been listed. The applicant will then get an estimate of the cost to restore, and you're volunteering to work to help the applicant finance that. Ms. Fox, your organization.
I was going to say not I personally, but yes, the
Okay.
Historic Society and others.
All right. So the applicant's commitment is to preservation and to the items that have been prioritized for preservation.
Absolutely.
Based on, okay, and you don't have a concern about the money pit there, that it
No,
feels.
It's a finite project of replacing
Okay.
kind of boards and
Okay.
of the shed
All right.
roof. That
Okay.
I'm absolutely committed to.
Okie doke. And Katie, that's satisfactory. We can somehow figure out how we're going to word that.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be great because then I think Ms. Fox, the idea of having the friends of is awesome. That's a great way to go about this, I think, because then we'll know what we're dealing with cost wise, and we'll be able to move forward on the restoration piece. So that's because that would be nice to do.
You can always put a bucket by the front door too.
Your front door or their front door?
The foundation house front door can have a restore the mill.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a plan. I just was concerned about locking in the applicant to an unknown amount of expenditure. I understand the priority to restore a structure of that significance, but at the same time, it's not endless. Anything else on the topic of the mill? Okay. The next matter is Mr. DeAndrea has responded to the beta comments. I don't have any issue with his responses. It seems he has addressed their questions. Does anybody else have? And by the way, Mr. Hegney, it's just, we can't look at stuff that comes in at 4 o'clock in the afternoon for a 5 o'clock hearing. It's really hard. I can't remember, this came in at 2 or at 3 or at 4, but we were in meetings most of the afternoon. We just don't have an opportunity to look at this stuff.
And I appreciate that, Madam Chair, and we do apologize.
And we know that you've been patient and you've dealt with a lot of hearings, but we just can't. So I've been trying to read it as we've been talking. I think it's all right. Did anybody else have a chance to look at it and want to offer a comment?
No. I kind of looked at it. I haven't got into the detail here, but it seems to address the beta comments specifically. It seems to me that a lot of this actually now just puts the onus on the foundation house to make sure that their traffic internally is it works, and then that they're not creating conflict, and if they see the conflict, they should remedy it right away.
Well, one thing I would like to add to what Tony said in his letter is that we are not going to have simultaneous events on the property, and we will not have overlapping events. So one of the concerns was there would be people coming and going at the same time, or that one crew would be cleaning up an event and the other crew would be coming in to set up an event. And you can make as a condition that we will not have simultaneous events or overlapping events.
Okay. Okay, so that we'll make it a condition. That would be very helpful, because at one of our briefings when we went down the panic rabbit hole, that was one of our concerns. They're going to have they're going to have simultaneous events. Oh, that would be great if you are in agreement with that. I believe we also have to make a statement for you about not widening the drive width to meet town standards, so that you can preserve the historic. Somewhere I've seen this It's
Thank
in
you.
my head.
That was, the drive is not 18 feet wide everywhere. When you drive in, it's 20 feet wide, then it narrows. So our pledge is to make it 18 feet wide. Mr. DeAndrea feels that that is an appropriate width for two-way traffic on the property. And our plan that you have shows that it's 18 feet wide throughout.
Okay, and you had asked, so but that the commission is satisfied with the 18-foot width, I believe we have to do on your behalf for DPW. Okay, anything else that anybody would like to raise at this time?
I have some, oh, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I just want to address this business with the tents for a quick second, because 6-13D states that an administrative site plan approval for tents is required when the tent is more than 350 square feet in total, has more than 50 people, should be limited to 14 days, etc. So what I'm concerned about here is that, there's this potential approval for the use of this property to have events. So my question is to the commission, or to Mr. Hegney perhaps, like how was that part of it envisioned in terms of, will it be, I'm sure it's not going to be every time, but it's obviously going to get annoying for Ms. Sternlick if she's got something that's, one weekend and then there skips a weekend and then there's another weekend with the tent. You don't want to keep going up and down with these tents. So what's the plan there? Maybe we could, and there is, since it's an administrative application, there's a notice requirement. So there's a benefit there if they are going up and down. So do you have a sense of how many tents you'll be using throughout the year?
Or if you wanted to do it, I think where we're going is in the past, the other thing, just to throw this onto what Katie's saying, in the past, we've approved them for a longer period of time. So you could do a seasonal tent.
Right.
And so you could just come in and say, I want to do the tent for May and June.
Yeah, it's usually less than a 6-month period if possible.
Yes. So so you would do it for what we would do, the Hyatt, the Hyatt tent, when the Junior League used to do the Enchanted Forest there, that's, okay, so
like the Enchanted Forest, the Teddy Bear Clinic, whatever, there was like,
there were several events, and we would let the Hyatt keep the tent up for all of its events back to back. So we could do something like that. You would just have to file once and you could say, I need this much tent for the season, or you could come in and out.
If I could address that, I think there are two different parts to it. First is between now and the time the event barn is constructed, there may be the need, for example, for this summer, to have it for more than an extended period of time. Once we have the event barn built, we'd be looking at these large events on every other month, and that would be a different situation because we would be able to accommodate up to 250 people in the event barn. So perhaps if we could have it certainly for this summer coming up, that would be helpful. While
but as a separate, since you don't know the scoping and the dimensions right now, so could you just do it as a separate, just come in and ask for it for the summer?
That's fine. We can certainly do that.
Because I don't think. Go ahead,
Mrs. DeLuca, could we give a blanket approval across the year for a tent? So they could actually, in a sense, actually put the tent up and take it down, 4 or 5 times a year, that kind of thing.
It has to be, the problem with the tent is it has to be inspected every time it goes up.
Not my problem. That's
well,
their
it
problem.
But
I'm saying
for us, because it has to have Katie, it's tricky. I would rather have a site plan for it and a time frame. If they decide to take it down in the middle of that, that's their decision. We don't need to know that.
Yeah, I think that's what we've done for other things. So I like the idea of this being like just this 1 year, and then to your point, Mr. McElroy, going forward, Yeah, I think so. I think you should, if you are going to do it for just this year, make it clear that that's what it is. And then next year, if you decide based on what you're able to get going with your events, that it makes sense for you to come in and ask for the blanket, like you said, fine, go ahead and do that. Or otherwise, if it's going to be every other month you're putting up a tent, then you would have to submit an administrative application to staff for, you know, the 3 or 4 times a year that you want to put a tent up.
Okay, Ms. Sternlicht, you've got your hand up. You can just talk. You know, it's fine.
I actually don't think I need a large tent for a length of time this summer.
Okay.
I just, you know, the couple of things that have approached me to do events want things that are different sizes. One of them said, can we just do a few tables on this part of the lawn? You know, the lawn is large, even kind of where you'd put it and how big it would be. I'm not expecting to need many tents this summer, honestly. So
okay, so we'll let it be. And if you need to come in for a tent, you come in for a tent.
Yeah, it's great to know that I could get one for an extended period of time if I needed it, but I don't expect to need it right now.
Yeah,
All right.
I would just add, we did do that with the rowing club before they were able to.
Yeah, I remember that.
Under construction. We did that actually for a number of years.
Well, yes, and you kept coming in and extending it, which is why I was so uncomfortable with Mr. McRoy's suggestion. Okay, now, anybody else? Any other comments?
I'm sorry, so just to clarify. So on the off chance that you do need a tent this year, then you would be submitting an administrative application to staff, just so we're clear.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Unless they want to have it for a long period of time, in which case it might come to us.
Which is considered more than 2 weeks, just so you know.
So your call. If you miss seeing us, you know, feel free to do it for more than 2 weeks.
Okay, is the normal process, because I always thought, because I know friends that have had weddings in their backyard and things like that, I thought there was just like a form that they fill out, and that usually the tent company fills it out and submits it. Is that the form that you're talking about?
Well, it's a little bit more complicated because if it's just a friend in a backyard, they would just be submitting direct to the building department because they're not a commercial establishment. But now if this approval goes through, you're actually considered commercial from that standpoint. So you're no longer, even though obviously it's still a residential zone, you're no longer using it in a residential fashion. So now you come under section 6-13D, which is the section I was just referring to, that deals with the tents. And so you consider commercial.
Okay, so it needs to be submitted to you, not to the building department.
Yeah.
It will eventually go to the building department, but it starts with us.
Perfect. All right, thank you for that.
And so does this application for a tent, is it Foundation House that's applying for it, or is it Mrs. Sterling that's applying for it?
It's Foundation House.
It is found, yes.
I'm actually thinking about the ones that are, you know, like the Historical Society has asked if they can do an event at the space, and so has the Bruce Museum, and so has many other local charities have gotten interested, and so they actually are the ones putting on the party, and I believe they're the ones that apply for the application.
Oh, very, very good. Okay.
Yeah.
Madam Chair.
If I don't,
yeah. Yes.
I'd like to ask a question for my own clarification. I think we must have talked about this before, but I just like to get, just make sure I understand it better. On the staff report, the last 2 items, referring to the Foundation House, the use of the property shall be limited to the specific activities of Foundation House, and Foundation House's use of property shall not be for commercial profit. What I assume there's no formal lease, and Foundation House is working on its 501c3 application, but this is private property, and there's a use that's going to be, you're asking for a certain use on the property, but the relationship or the association of the user and the property owner, I just want to know what is the vehicle that ties them together? There's no lease, is that correct? Or is there a lease, or What is the formal arrangement, or is there a formal arrangement?
That you did bring that up at the briefing yesterday, and I did want to address that. And part of this is we have a 501c3 organization, that's Foundation House, which will be operating on the property, but it's 124 OM LLC, which is the owner of the property. They have similar members, but they are separate entities. And there will be a lease between the entity owning the property, which will keep the property taxable on the tax rolls, because this has been an issue that has come up recently on other projects. And I think you talked about Brunswick at the briefing yesterday, where the Paul Tudor Jones building that's now being used as a middle school is not taxable, but the property that has residences on it on the north on Cliffdale is taxable. This property would remain taxable. Foundation House is the 501c3 organization that will be leasing the property from the non the for-profit entity, which is owning the property.
Thank you for that.
There was one other minor item that I did want to bring up because I know that was discussed too, and it's the well approval. We had a letter that we submitted back in March from Interstate Artesian Well Company that talked about this being a transient non-community well, where it's using the well for no more than 25 people, no more than 60 times a year. And we fall within that, will fall within that. Events of less than 25 people are not counted. It's just more than 25 people that count in that 60. And that there is a form that we will be submitting to the Department of Public Health, the state, and we will, I would ask that you make the sign off from the state one of the conditions of the zoning permit sign off, so that we can get that information together and file it with the state public health department.
Okay. So you want it conditioned on from the state public health so that you can do the application to the state public health?
No, that we would have the approval from the state prior to filing for the zoning permit.
All right. I thought that sounded weird. Okay.
I didn't articulate it as well as I could.
Oh, no, okay.
Madam Chair, may I ask a question? This is
of course, Mr. Seaman.
Thank you. My client asked a question about the extra large events.
Yes.
With respect to the conditions. And again, those are the events of 250 or more people. Just to confirm, there is still a trial period for the extra large events. That was condition of
the trial period ends on the 30th of September 2022 and begins with the time of the decision by the commission for all of what is proposed in the conditions of the special permit.
And I think, can I just speak? I just think we should clarify something.
Yes, ma'am.
Also, so I just using the words trial period. I mean, the applicant has submitted documentation from a traffic engineer. What we would expect to get in a year or 2 years or whatever is documentation stating that was in fact the case. And if there's something that needs to be done, I'm making this up, like a police officer or something like that. I'm not envisioning that this is going to be.
She's already got a police officer.
Yeah, I'm just.
It's a look back. It's not a trial period. It's a look back. It's a review.
And it's very specific to the traffic and to how the traffic functions, and if there's some mitigating thing that needs to be done to make it function like is stated it will happen in the traffic report, then so be it. We'll discuss it in a year. But I just want to be clear what I think we're saying when we're saying about this documentation issue and whatever.
I think we do need to include, just in case there's, they decide to have rock bands or something outdoors in the summer, that we should just have a provision for not just traffic, but lights and noise as well, that any sort of the standards of respecting the neighborhood. But the idea is not a quote trial period, Mr. Seaman, because that's, again, if we approve it, we approve it. If we don't, or we either deny it or approve it, we don't say maybe. Although I'd love the option, so we would approve it with a look back period.
Yeah, understood.
Okay. But I was saying the same language as you, because we were saying, see how it goes.
And if I could just clarify one thing, when we were, when we all got together, Foundation House and Round Hill, and we're discussing these conditions of approval, one of the major concerns of Round Hill is these extra large events. And the reason it was limited in time for this quote unquote trial period was because of the concern of those impacts of events of 250 or more people.
Yep.
So, that's what we all agreed to, and that's what we were all comfortable with.
Yes.
And now, I guess, expanding that for a longer period of time, that isn't what is in the conditions of approval. And I know that there are concerns of Round Hill Association to right off the bat start out with extra large events every other month rather than from April 2022 to September 30th, 2022.
Okay, I hadn't read those conditions that way. I'm sorry, I missed that's how, okay.
Madam Chair, perhaps Ms. Sternlicht has a.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Sternlicht.
If I can comment on this. I understand that that there's a concern, but it's really a very theoretical concern. We're still in COVID. There will be no, large events for a while, extra large events for a great while. The planning of an extra large event is not, a 2-week out period. It's usually months in advance. And then we're going to hit winter. So my guess is that if there is an extra large event, we're not going to have them right out of the bat. Maybe we'll have them next spring. And so I do think that if we do that and they're every other month, I'm hoping that there'll be, let's say, 2 or 3, and that'll actually give you a really great taste of what that does to traffic.
And also the way I'm reading this, it says
it was 4 to 6 what was on trial.
It says what I see is there shall be no more than 4 large events any month from April 2021 to March 2022, et cetera. And then it says Foundation House will be permitted a trial period. Okay. May 2022. Oh, so I was skipping the year through September 30th, 2022 to allow 6 large events and the extra large events. I see your issue. Okay, I had misread that. So you're saying you're not going to have any extra large events anyway, so can we just take it out and say no extra large events until?
Well, I'd like to be able to do those next spring and summer, which is
okay. So, and that's actually what as I'm reading this, somebody help me if I'm wrong.
No, that's
I'm reading that May 2022 through September 2022, you would be able to do the extra large events. So all we have to do is do what's in number 4 here.
Yes, that's
yes.
it. That's
okay.
As you're reading it there is the way it should be.
All right, so we'll do what's in number 4 that y'all agreed to. And if we didn't say it right, okay. All right. Okay, this is going to be some decision to write. Okay.
Madam Chair, just to wrap it up,
No, I'm not done.
Oh.
I've been saving one tiny little thing. Don't laugh at me. This little guy here, can y'all see that? Here, the event barn front.
Yep.
Okay, so I was just scrolling through and it looks really pretty, but 6152C says that any type of lighting directed upward at such an angle that either buildings, trees, or shrubs are lighted is prohibited in all zones. It looks pretty, but it's a violation of the regulations as I see this.
So that came up as actually a significant discussion with the ARC.
The ARC does not have the opportunity to overrule our regulations, just saying.
They did say that. They said since the building is set back and there is no impact on streetscape or neighboring buildings, uplighting of the building may be considered by ARC if proposed. And then they realized, well, we can't consider it at all because the regulations prohibit it. But we really like the look on that. And if the commission says you can,
y'all would have to get no, the commission can't, Mr. Hegney, what tree we're barking up here. The commission can't violate its own regulations knowingly. You would have to get a variance to do that. Your call.
Turn those lights around.
Yeah. So I'm sure you can do it. And I agree with you. It looks beautiful, but every time somebody walks into that building, they're going to say to themselves, wow, look at that. That's not allowed in the regulations. And look at what they got to do. And it's just a deal for us that I hate to have something that's that if you weren't going to have anybody over, we could, so technically you can't have any uplighting. That's what the regs say. And there you go. So
if anyone shows up there and is familiar with section 6-153, I will be very impressed.
Especially because it's 6153, you're right, because it says it's the same as the business zones. Yes. Okay. So yeah, I know, but I couldn't help thinking, wow, that looks really pretty, but I wonder if they can do that. I agree, it looks lovely. And the building is going to be gorgeous. Do y'all mind before you close, Mr. Hegney, can I turn to public comment?
Certainly.
Okie doke. If anybody in the public wishes to speak, please raise your virtual hand. I think you're going to get lucky. I think everybody went to sleep or doesn't wish to speak. Okay. All right. So
I think it's really a testament to the discussion that my client has had with the neighborhood.
Very robust.
It has worked with everyone that we have success here because of that open dialogue. And well, the only thing I was going to add was we've received sign off from zoning, conservation, health on the septic, ARC signed off, and so is engineering. So I think we have crossed all the T's and dotted all the I's, and we would ask for your approval.
I have a favor to ask you, Mr. Hegney, which is this.
Another one?
Yeah, one more. Well, the other one was in order. Just so you know the difference. The other one is no, you will not violate our regulations.
No, I take them all as orders. Madam.
Okay, and admonishments. The subdivision is a must decide tonight. The site plan is a must close. Right now, I would rather wait to do the decision myself personally to decide on the site plan until our next meeting, just because there's so much conversation to document and make sure we've got straight that I don't want to I want to have time to just make sure we got all our ducks in a row. Are you okay with us deciding the subdivision tonight, or would you like to give us an extension to the next meeting?
I think deciding the subdivision tonight is fine.
Okay.
These are very large parcels. Although this is 4 acres, it's going from a 24-acre parcel to a 17-acre parcel. And it's solely for the purpose of being able to put the septic system in an area where there are no trees versus in an area where there would be a lot of trees and that would have to be removed. And that's the sole purpose of making this occur. And ultimately, I don't think, whether we have a 24-acre parcel and a 17, or we have a 20 and a 21, I don't think matters.
Okay, okay, so is everybody on the commission comfortable with rendering if we close, if you agree to close, are you comfortable with rendering a decision on the subdivision tonight and the site plan at the next meeting, or do you want an extension? Does anybody have any comments on that? Nick wants to wait.
I would have preferred to do them all at the same time.
Would Mr. Hegney, would you be willing to give us an extension
yes.
to the next? Okay.
Yes, I will do that.
Okay, great.
I agree with Ms. Alban. There's a lot of moving parts here. And as she stated, getting all of our ducks in a row would be critical going forward.
Just to have it written, just do it right. There's just a lot of stuff that people have talked about.
Right. And I've got to write the ducks down. So I would like to be able to wrap my head.
Well, you're going to get help. You're going to get a lot of help this time, I think, from all of us. So, okay. Therefore, does anybody object to closing both of these applications at this time? Therefore, these applications are now closed.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. LaRoe, quick question.
After the break.
Do you have any idea about the agenda on our next meeting?
No, it's really going to be bad because we're doing the 6110.
And the housing trust.
And with the housing trust, hopefully everybody will just love it and agree.
And there's also a lot of carryovers, obviously, from this meeting.
Well, some of that is thinning out as things are moving. And obviously everything that's on this meeting doesn't necessarily get to go to the next one, but.
All right. If I could just interrupt this dialogue about the next meeting, it is now 7:50. I would like to propose a 15-minute break. And I would like to thank again, Ms. Sternlicht, Mr. Seaman, Mr. Hegney, and whoever's still here from the Round Hill Association, and Ms. Fox, everybody for working together and keeping up the dialogue. And hopefully we'll see you guys in 2 weeks. And we will reconvene at 8:05.
All right. Thanks again, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, moving you down. Bye-bye.
Bye.
It's going to be weird not seeing you guys every couple of weeks.
For home.
Huh?
For home.
All right. Okay. I think I got, okay. All right. Pat, I absolutely can't figure out how to make the thing go to the left.
We'll practice another time.
It's the bar at the bottom. Just hover your mouse over down.
Margarita, actually, if you're zooming in, I think the issue is when you zoom in, then you need to move your arrow keys, and that'll shift the image. But
My neighbor just took a job in Philadelphia.
Okay.
Why is
That's
that?
where I am. Tell them to
What?
stop by.
She's looking for a place to live right now. And she's working there. She's going down 4 days a week. She's running a jewelry store. That's her business, is high-end jewelry. And so she's looking for a place down there at the moment, and she's in love with Philadelphia.
It's a historic city. I'll tell you what Kate did. They rented, and there's a lot of these, they rented a place called Avenue, AVE. You can rent by the month. And then after 1 month, you go day to day, whatever. It's fully furnished. All the amenities.
Avenue, like Greenwich Avenue?
Yeah, it's called AVE. It's a complex just south of Newtown Square, but I've seen them in other places in the suburbs. This is up along the main line in Newtown. You just look up fully furnished rental apartments. It was a beautiful apartment. I mean, the whole complex, they have a whole bunch of these. So they
Okay.
I'm sure she can find one of those. Not cheap, but you know.
I think, she's there 4 nights a week. So,
Hey, it
but I'll
makes
mention
sense.
it to her.
I would mention that around UPenn, there's plenty of apartments for sale in very, very nice tree-lined residences.
For sale, though.
Oh, she wants to buy a
Rent. You can't let her buy anything, because then she'll leave me.
No, for rent. You
okay.
You rent a room in one of these homes. Usually the ground floor is for rent, or
cool.
The 2 first floors are for rent.
All right. Okay.
And the rents are not, they're better than here, much better than here.
So Hardman, are you back? And Victoria, are you back? I know Levy's back, even though he's dark. Hardman, Goss?
I'm back.
Hardman. We're taking attendance, Mr. Hardman.
I'm back.
Okay, he's back. All righty. And with that, the commission is reconvening for item number 10, which is 229 Round Hill Road for a final site plan and special permit for a 2-story addition, etc. at 229 Round Hill Road. This is in excess of 150,000 cubes. And hello, Mr. Flaherty.
You got it. Good evening. For the record, my name is Craig Flaherty, Principal and Senior Engineer with Redness and Mead, a land use consulting company with offices in Stamford and Wilton. Also with me on the call today is Tom McMahon, the project architect. If we have any questions for him, he'll be available to us. I representing the applicant, 229 Round Hill Road, Inc. This property is a 17-acre property in the RA2 zone. And if Patrick, you want to call up the presentation deck, we'll just run through a few exhibits to orient you to the site and the request. You're looking at an existing conditions simple color exhibit. This is really probably less than half of the site, the west half of the site. You see the principal dwelling is kind of centered in the site. It's the dwelling on the right. There's a driveway court to its front door on the north side. There's a kind of more of a service court that is shared between the dwelling and this existing accessory structure. This structure was originally completed in 1983 as a guest house. Over the years, it has been continually populated with a little bit more art and a little bit fewer guests. At this time, the client is looking to put an addition onto this accessory structure off of its southwesterly corner. So if you go to the next slide, you'll see the Art Barn addition show up. Oh, getting ahead of me. You'll see the Art Barn addition show up in that bottom corner. It's, when viewed from the main house, it's really to the back of the Art Barn, and we'll show you the elevations in a second. I did want to clarify some of the numbers in the staff report, just for the record. As we had to bring the height of the building down to meet the 25-foot limit on accessory structures, what was once the first story of a 2-story building is now the basement of a 1-story building. So it's the same 2 levels, but they've been lowered so that used to be a 2-story building. Now we're really just proposing a 1-story addition. And along with that, the floor area and the volume of that basement now, new basement, doesn't of course count in your calculation. So really, by gross floor area, it's a 2,100 square foot addition. So the resulting floor area of the accessory structure will be 6,880 square feet, and the resulting floor area on the property will be 13,890 square feet. Moving to the elevations, what you see first is what is the north elevation on the top of the page. This is the one that kind of faces that service court that I described. The darker shaded portion of what you're looking at is actually the existing structure. The lighter shaded portion is the proposed addition. So the top is that north elevation is viewed from that parking court. And most of what you see really is the existing structure with this simple addition to the rear. All the same materials from the existing structure are being used on the proposed. They're very understated wooden type materials. The bottom view here is the south elevation, looking at the addition from the south. Moving on to the next page, you'll see the east and west elevations. So the bottom one, if you could see it from the road, the bottom one is the view from the road. But one thing you'll see on a subsequent slide is how many mature trees there are on this site. And we saw the question from conservation about planting an additional 6 trees. We're happy to do so, although there's probably 200 mature trees on just the west half of this property. It's a very beautifully landscaped property, and the client likes it that way. He was actually struggling with removing the 6 trees that needed to be removed to make way for this addition. And then the top view is the view from, I guess, the east, which is inward of the property, not particularly relevant. One thing that was noted in the planning session was the elevations indicated on this particular exhibit, or in the previous exhibit. The architect has labeled everything from the finished floor elevation. So where it says the top of the building is 23.5, that's in relation to the finished floor at 0. But the average grade, of course, is 1.5 feet below the finished floor. So this, in fact, is using the full 25 feet of height that's allowed by the zoning regulations when measured from the peak to the average grade. You can see the addition is completely in scale with the existing structure, and we believe understated and continues to be subordinate to the main structure. Health is okay. There's existing septics and B100s designed for each structure. Engineering issued very standard comments, and they were comfortable with you proceeding. The only comment from the CEO was the height, which we've now complied with. Wetlands, we've already gotten a green sheet sign off for the proposed work from the wetlands. The wetlands are actually located, you can see now on this exhibit, well to the east of the proposed disturbance. You can just see that line, that dotted line in the far right of the exhibit that you're looking at. And if you want to advance one more slide as promised, you can see all the mature trees on site, which really make the site what it is, and also obscure its view from many surrounding points. I think that is the sum total of the presentation. And of course, we're here to answer any questions that you may have.
Does anybody on the commission have questions?
So Mr. Flaherty, grade plane is 2 feet below 1.5 feet from 0 at the first floor.
Correct.
So that's the 25.
Correct.
There. Okay. I have a note in my notes about a ZBA condition.
You were wondering if this was an accessory structure when initially built, whether or not it needed to be permitted by the ZBA at the time. I checked with zoning enforcement after your planning meeting. They had no record of any application to the ZBA. And I think that, again, might be because this was originally built as a guest house, completed in 1983.
Okay, and you saw the thoughts that Ms. Mock had concerning replanting some trees?
Yes,
Yeah,
he responded to that already.
We're happy to plant 6 trees and work out the planting plan with staff.
Okay.
So there's a topic that you don't address at all. This is private use
Yes.
only.
This is the owner's private collection. This is not
No
a
public.
This is not a gallery. He will invite friends and acquaintances to view some of his artwork, as you might invite friends and acquaintances to your house for dinner. This is not for entertaining. This is not for public use.
Okay. But no public whatsoever. And we can condition that
Yes, this is not
on any decision. If we were to make a decision favorably, we could condition that there is no public, no events for the public, that this is for use by family and friends.
Yes, this is a private collection for private use and private enjoyment.
Okie doke. All right. Does anybody else on the commission have questions? No.
No.
Okay. Does anybody from the public have questions? Please raise your virtual hand. Nope, no questions. Okay. So does anybody object to closing this item at this time? Please raise your hand. Victoria, you're moving your hand, but I know you're not really raising it. Does anybody object to closing this item? No objections. We will close this item and we will move to the next application. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And you got the other guy. Yeah. Okay, so our next application is the final application of the night. It's for Adam and Sarah Dolder. Mr. Dolder was in the audience for a long time and I guess has given up on us. For a final site plan and special permit to construct a pool house, outdoor ice rink, locker room structure, drainage systems and associated utilities, which would increase, which would further exceed the 150,000 cubes at 407 Round Hill Road. And is Katie Haas a member of the presenting team, Mr. Holsworth?
Yes,
Okay.
she is. She's with William Kenny Associates. So.
Landscaping.
Yes, landscaping.
Good, because we had some questions about that. Okay. Mr. Holsworth, did you listen into the briefing session yesterday?
I did. Yes.
Okay. All right. So you know what our concerns are. You could start with those. If you want to give us an overview, that's fine, but your discretion.
Okay. Yeah. I'll just give you the quick overview. Good evening. For the record, my name is Brett Holsworth. I'm a civil engineer with Redness and Mead. And just a brief overview, this dwelling was constructed and it received a special permit in 2015 for excess volume. And at the time, the pool house was part of the plan, but it didn't include the in the volume calculation. And it was constructed and completed in 2018. So now we're coming back with 2 accessory structures, one a pool house right next to the existing pool, and the outdoor skating rink with associated locker room and Zamboni storage building. So because the existing house is over the 150,000 cubic feet threshold, that's why we're here for the special permit. So last month in March, we received our wetlands approval because there is a significant amount of wetlands on the east portion of this property. However, both units are just beyond the 100-foot wetland review setback, but there's grading and ancillary site improvements associated with that within there. So that was last month. We received DPW comments. They're pretty standard for the review. They have a few comments that we can address prior to the building permit. I am working with the health department regarding the septic system. The pool house is going to be connected to the main septic system. It's just relocating the septic tank and tying into the existing system. So we're just working through that. I just spoke with them, and I shouldn't expect any comments from them. The ZEO had a comment regarding the kitchenette in the pool house, that it needed to comply with the wet bar definition for the regs. And the architect, Tanner White, looked at that, and the definition, the only change that needed to adjust was the size of the sink. So it just needed to be a smaller size sink. So we're fine with making that adjustment. Another item that was discussed yesterday at the briefing was lighting. So Pat, if you don't mind pulling up the presentation, I think it's slide 3. I'll kind of jump around a little bit, but the lighting that we mentioned in the narrative were large, more industrial, institutional lights, similar to like a institutional tennis court. We went back to the owner, and he proposed he would actually love to incorporate a more residential feel, kind of a New England style backyard rink, pond rink, like what you see here. Obviously, the rink that we're proposing is a lot larger. It has the building, but just to give you a sense of the lighting that they're trying to accomplish here. So, it's much more minimal. It's they are okay with a condition of having a timer to turn off at a certain time at night, 10 p.m. If that's what you guys agree to, that's fine. Just from our perspective, this is a pretty open backyard. If you could just slide back to the first slide, Pat, if you don't mind. This is a very large, oversized lot. It's, over 7 acres. The nearest house is over 300 feet away from the ice rink. The lights are over 50 feet from the side yard setback. So with these smaller residential kind of globe lights, I feel like, it's much more in character to kind of just your typical kind of backyard residential lighting, not the institutional kind of lighting that I mentioned in the narrative. So, about that, we just feel like there won't be any intrusion on any of the neighbors, which are residential, plus the Round Hill Community Church, which is in the front of this property. And then lastly, regarding the conservation comments, maybe you could go to the color rendering. Sorry, I'm jumping around. No, it's page 2, sorry. There you go. Okay. So Ms. Mock had comments about loss of vegetation and extensive grading, in that area. And, my response to that is the area of the proposed ice rink is a manicured lawn. And then down below is a rain garden that we're proposing for stormwater management. And we're catching up with the grades on an existing steep slope that's a buffer to the wetlands. This, when we had Bill Kenny's office look at this buffer, which was created when the house was created, over the few years, it has really turned into a thick vegetated invasive species, mangled area, not really a manicured lawn, but also not a thriving meadow as it was really, intended. So what we're proposing is in the light green area, basically between the lawn and there's a deer fence on the end of the slope, is removing the invasives, providing a different seed mix for a meadow, conservation meadow mix, and Katie can elaborate on that if you need to. But that whole area, which is it far exceeds the amount of impervious coverage that we are taking up with the new proposal. That area far exceeds that, with this mitigation. And then she also mentioned, watering concerns with this meadow area, and with a conservation mix, conservation soils and meadow soils are much more adaptable to lower levels of watering. So we feel comfortable that this this proposal meets conservation values, and there's a big buffer from the wetlands that the wetlands agency felt that this was a good project, that we were keeping all the proposed activities on the previously disturbed areas, the lawns, and then we're maintaining and improving the meadow buffer. With that, I'll open it up to Katie to elaborate if we need to go further into that, or I will open to any further questions that you may
have. Good evening, Madam Chair and the Commission. Oh,
hi, Katie.
Hi,
Ms. Haas. So, so fundamentally, in regard to Ms. Mock's comments, you're going to plant the rain garden with native plants?
Correct.
Okay.
It will be a meadow mix, native meadow mix.
I'm not sure. I guess she's only not looking for sod. Normally she wants plants, not just meadow. Is that what you do usually in rain gardens? Is you do meadow mix?
Yes, we have proposed meadow mix within rain gardens before.
You've proposed it before, but it's not normally what we see, and I think that's her point. But you've got it in an area where you're going to go to meadow mix, correct?
Correct. This whole area to the east of the ice rink, and then below this boulder wall will all be meadow.
And why not just plant the rain garden with something that has more roots?
It made sense to just keep this whole area as meadow, but we'd be happy to plant some rooted plants within it.
Doesn't serve the purpose of a rain garden as much. I mean, it would help with the retention, which is, I think, the idea.
Yeah, the big issue, that conservation had with sod was, sod comes delivered with a very thick.
We know that
system. So,
Yeah, but we're also okay. So, that's the first thing. Now, yesterday we had some comments on the lighting. Mr. McRae, does anybody? I'm saying Nick because I think you're the one who made the comments. Do you want to say anything about the lighting?
Yeah, Mr. Halsworth, that's a very interesting alternate idea. I think, and if I'm not, just correct me if I'm wrong, the rink is 100 feet long?
Yes, I believe it is.
Okay, so I have 100 feet, or technically 200 feet of this lighting like this.
So no, just so you know, Mr. Holsworth, that doesn't comply with our regulations. I just happen to still have the lighting regulations open.
Okay.
And you are, the light sources have to be shielded. I don't think that that qualifies. Nick, it's all exterior lights shall be designed so that the filaments, light sources, or lenses are shielded.
Right. Okay.
It says in such a way that they will not be visible. Now, I know it's part of the property line, so.
Yeah, but figure it this way, you're gonna see, not to be derogatory here, but you're gonna see the carnival light here as it's proposed through the trees, which don't have leaves on them anymore during the winter months. And I think that to me would be more intrusive than the commercial type lighting, where the actual filaments, the lamps would be shielded.
And
you but also I understand, Mr. Holsworth, your thoughts on actually proceeding to ARC with this.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, we're
good idea.
Reviewing either alternative, if it feels like the larger industrial ones are more compliant with the lighting regulations, then we can look at that as the primary instead of the alternate.
All right. I think actually,
I just wanted to try to emphasize that it's pretty remote relation to any other neighbors.
Yeah. Okay. So the thing is, and the lighting has to not make shadows on the ice, and it has to not get into the skater's eyes. Mm-hmm. I think that would also be important. And those lights, those little globes you have, to me, don't seem ideal anyway. So I would go with something that's going to really be functional in the long run, but your call. Because you're going to use it for roller skating as well, from what we read. Now,
correct. Yeah, in the summer.
So you guys still want to go to ARC? We're going to do. Yes, go to ARC. No, I'm looking at Nick.
Okay. Okay. This is what I'm thinking. As Mr. Holsworth went through everything here, and Ms. Haas as well. We've got 99% of everything else done here on this. I would say that a good presentation right to ARC prior to zoning permit will probably resolve this situation. It's just to understand the nature of the fixtures, to make sure they're at the right color, the right specification, and the right height. Right. We don't want to be putting street lights out there, but at the same time, we want to make sure that nobody's going to be injured without having sufficient light to skate and or do whatever is going to happen in the summertime.
Okay. So that's okay by me. Is it, the next question is, and something that you touched on in your narrative and that you mentioned tonight, anything we would do to move this forward is no public events. Exactly. Absolutely. What you have in your letter: no leagues, no professional sports, family and friends only. And I realize it's far from other properties, but from a precedent point of view, it makes sense for us to restrict the time that the lights are on. So something that is acceptable to you all. Weekdays, 10 o'clock.
Yeah, the 10 o'clock is totally acceptable to us.
Okay. Fridays and Saturdays could be later.
Okay.
10:30.
And we would also say, just to be safe, no amplified sound.
Okay.
So I just thinking sound does carry in the winter, and we want people to enjoy their property, and I know it's far from everything. I know it's a really large piece of property, but the conditions we make here should be the same conditions we make anywhere where someone has this kind of a facility. And
Understood.
There's quite a few of them in town. So that's all I've got. Does anybody else have anything on this?
I'd like to actually ask Ms. Haas about the 28-inch oak tree.
Yes.
There's the wall around it.
That was Mr. Levy's job.
Oh, yes. Oh, sorry.
That was Mr. Levy's job. He is assigned the oak tree. Go ahead, Mr. McRae. I think we're going to have to give him.
I'm going to take a break. Actually,
Okay.
Ms. Haas, I understand, yes, it's a significant tree, but I think the concern that we had yesterday, specifically from Mr. Levy, is the construction of the wall around it, the well itself. Is that going to have any kind of a significant impact on the root ball of the tree? You know, is it going to be on top of the root system, or is it significant to say, you know, enough to say that actually the roots can be actually cut or removed to get the wall and foundation for the wall in?
Sure. For the record, I'm Katie Haas. I'm a landscape architect for William Kenny Associates. The placement of the wall was chosen to maximize the ability for that tree to survive. And yes, when they are digging around the area, they'll have to do some root pruning to make sure that that tree is done, that the wall is installed in a proper way, that with the very low minimum impact to the tree. But the sizing of it was chosen to protect that tree.
Okay, so then the installation of the wall really is not going to compromise the health of the tree going forward then?
No, the point of the wall is to protect the tree. So
protect the tree. Okay.
So we were just wanting to make sure it was big enough.
And the meadow mix actually goes up into the well, the tree well as well, and it surrounds the tree, or is that going to be its own planting bed?
Correct. The meadow goes underneath the tree within the wall.
Okay, thank you.
You know, one of the alternates that we started looking at, and if I guess I'll just throw this out there and see how you would react to it, is, you know, obviously there's, with these tree wells and disturbance around it, there's no guarantee that trees do survive. So one of our, you know, alternates would be to remove that tree, take out the tree well, and, you know, smooth out the grades. And in replacement, we would offer to supplement the loss of that one tree with 5 replacement oak trees or whatever similar activities.
So if I could just interrupt, it seems to me a better way to look at this problem of what to do with the tree is, if you want to save it, instead of encapsulating it and hiding it, and why don't you put the rain garden kind of on the downhill side of the tree, and have the meadow surrounding it. I mean, I don't think it's better that you know, grass doesn't go up to the tree anyway, but it's probably better that you know, you don't have grass underneath the tree, and don't disturb the tree at all. I don't understand why you'd go through such trouble to try to save a tree, but nonetheless, you're cutting the roots and creating you know, a situation where it's you know, certainly you're endangering it by touching it. So it seems to me that there are other options here. Encapsulating it and putting it behind this, you can't enjoy the tree from that vantage point. And it's very odd. I've never seen such a treatment of a specimen like this. It looks like you're caging it, not trying to.
Yeah.
I think the answer, Mr. Holsworth, if the answer wasn't totally clear from Mr. Levy, which I think it was, if we would want you to knock yourself out saving the one nice big tree, because the benefit that he has today would take a long time to be compensated for the loss of it. And we do fight for every big tree here in town. I think you know that. And every big tree that you can keep because of the environmental benefits, we try very hard. So we would rather see you give Ms. Haas free hand to save that tree in what she thinks is the best way possible and not cage it, as Mr. Levy is saying, that you ensure you go to at least the drip line, if not beyond, that you don't disturb anywhere near it, and that you safeguard it to the extent possible, because Mr. Levy's take, I believe, is that he is not seeing enough protection of enough assurance of its survival. And I bet Ms. Haas knows how to save it.
But nonetheless, I appreciate the help there.
Good, I'm glad.
But I think that it's a reasonable idea, and I'd just like you two to weigh in on this, is to put the rain garden on the downslope of the tree.
Yep.
Sure, I could speak to that. If you don't mind putting up the grading plan, it's on slide either 3 or 4.
You don't want to put it at...
One of the concerns with the rain garden putting it downslope is, this is a existing steep slope that goes all the way down to the wetlands. So, bringing the rain garden and further down to the slope, which has, less ideal soils, the closer you get to wetlands, the wetter it gets, and the less you can infiltrate. So, the rain garden had to be in a level area, and putting it down on the further down, you would have to create a level further disturbance level area closer to the wetlands, encroaching into the wetland setback even further. We're trying to, catch up to the slope as reasonable as possible. And, the drainage requirements for the proposed impervious coverage requires a, sizable rain garden that, needs to have a decent square footage, and having it down by the wetlands, you may be filling up and creating steeper slopes further down.
Well, the slope looks less severe the further down you go. So that's what I'm looking at.
Well, again, once you get past that deer fence, you're pretty close to the wetlands. And, when you're close to wetland soils, you're not going to be able to get good infiltration depths.
But you can get some, and you can, if you make it a little bit larger, you make it a little bit larger. But you're adding so much fill here. I mean, I just don't understand it seems like the impact here could be even less if you do it downslope further. The other thing is that you could put in some filtration piping at the proposed at where the foundation wall is for the ice rink to help with the drainage as well, and so you don't get so much direct runoff down the slope.
You're also
adding trees, and plus you're going to make it into a that there's grasses and whatever you're going to do the rain garden, you can do upslope too. So I just don't see it as to me. You're making this into a much bigger project than you may need to be.
You're also adding a lot of slope here, are you not? You're increasing the slope, which is going to precipitate greater runoff. Am I right about that?
Yes, we are increasing the slope because of the rain garden. It needs to be a level area, and then you need to catch up to the slopes below. But again, this area was heavily invaded with invasive species. We're doing a good job to clear it and kind of start over and reestablish the meadow as a healthy, vibrant buffer to the wetlands compared to what it is now, which is a kind of thick overgrowth. So, it'll take some effort to bring in fill, which is, part of the project. But once it's established, it's going to be a vibrant buffer to wetland resources.
So Can we go back to you move heaven and earth to save the tree? And you figure out what it takes so that you're not intruding on it in any way and you're protected wide enough and you don't have it caged, as Mr. Levy has said so many times, because he kept saying that to us yesterday too.
Before we start moving stuff, I'd like to kind of go out.
We're not going to move. We're not moving the rain. I mean, we're letting, I was going to say, let them decide where they locate the rain garden.
Well, I was thinking we have, by my count, 4 trees around the rink that are being taken down.
And those are going to be replaced per conservation's request.
Okay, and we're trying to save this 28-inch oak with a wall around it. I appreciate Ms. Haas's testimony, but I'm just kind of concerned that, you know, the calisthenics of trying to save it may not work to the best advantage here. But
well, it may be, and we can condition it, and we can say that if it doesn't survive, which is what we were offered, that it would be replaced by whatever. But the point is that Mr. Levy doesn't feel like it has been protected in the right manner. So first of all, that it, I believe from what Ms. Haas has said already, that she would be able to devise a better protection for this tree.
What would you think of actually not saving the tree and planting more trees on the graded area?
I already answered that question.
I mean, that would serve the, you know, the buffer area is, there are so many mature trees beyond, there's a tree fence, a deer fence, and then, you know, the entire property is surrounded by a lot of mature trees and, you know, landscaped areas.
My take is 128-inch caliper tree today is worth keeping, just because it's big and it has a root system that's important, especially given the kind of tree it is. That would be my take. It's going to be 15, 20 years before those other trees mature to have the environmental value of this one tree. That was my take, and that was what I said before. That's what I would lean towards, saving the one tree, and if it doesn't survive, then plant the replacements, but try to save it. And that Ms. Haas seems like the kind of professional who should be able to save it.
No pressure there.
No pressure there, Ms. Haas. I do it to them too.
I'd like to just jump in to reiterate.
You mean since I'm taking I'm putting your professional career at risk here?
Yeah, all the pressures. So by moving just beyond the deer fence, as Brett had mentioned, there is an existing woodland. So moving the rain garden to the bottom of the slope will most likely have more of an impact and maybe require more trees to be removed. So we wanted to keep that to remove as minimal trees as possible. So is a reason why we put it up there. To the point of we're doing everything we can to protect the tree. There's always risk that the tree could not make it. Okay. And we decided to keep this tree. It does offer some habitat value, but it was mostly for aesthetic reasons that we decided to keep the tree. And the woodland is what's on this property is a significant habitat value, while on some properties a standalone oak tree might provide more significant habitat. But so we were really keeping it for aesthetic reasons. So if the commission doesn't agree and would prefer us to remove the tree and replace it in kind with 5.
I'm not preferring the removal of the tree. I'm not preferring the removal of the tree, and I do not believe that Mr. Levy is preferring the removal of the tree, and nobody else has weighed in yet.
I am preferring removal of the tree.
Okay,
but that's me.
So
thank you, Nick.
Thank you. Okay, so Mr. Levy and I does anybody else want to get on the balance here of tree?
You want irregular members as well?
Let's get everybody in on this. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Does anybody else have any strong feelings on this tree that we're discussing here?
I would keep it.
All right. All right. We're going to give a shot at keeping it with the understanding that you would replace it with as you offered. that you would not relocate the rain garden because the rain garden you feel is in the ideal location. And that's all I've got.
I still think that you can expand that radius around the tree significantly and do a better job.
All right. So we will say something about that. Does anybody else have any comments on this application at this time? No. Okay. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application? And I am not seeing anybody from the public. Nope, no hands up from the public. Okay, so you are going to go to ARC and do lighting.
Right. Did we settle on, the timing of that ARC requirement?
Yeah, I think I have some ideas. We can discuss that, but I think we're going to be really close on this tonight. And I think you probably can have ARC look at it, as soon as possible.
So what we're thinking, we could just condition it if we were to approve it. We would condition it that you go to ARC and do the lighting because you don't really have any other issues. And the only other thing, so just in terms of conditions, it's that you're okay with having timers that your lights go off, and you were agreeable to 10 o'clock. That no amplified sound, no league events, no professional, family and friends.
Correct.
Katie, Patrick, can you think of anything else in terms of, because we're always really careful when we get a big sports facility that it respect the neighborhood. I think we've covered all the bases on respecting the neighborhood.
And it goes with the property and the land and the ownership, right? I mean, if the ownership changes, all of these
it stays.
Provisions.
It runs land. I mean, I think more specifically, it runs with the existence of the rink. So
with the rink, yeah.
Yeah, the rink is there. The condition stays.
Because it's an accessory structure that we're approving here because of the size. Okay, so I don't think we have any other issues. Does anybody, and nobody from the public wanted to speak, does anybody have any objection to closing this item at this time? No objections. Just making sure one more time. Okay, so we will close this.
Okay.
And with that, we have ended the public hearing, Mr. Basili. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
To you both. Good luck saving the tree, Ms. Haas. No pressure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If it dies, we're coming to find you.
Yeah.
Well, she's with a good firm. Okay, we have two decisions tonight. We have
three, I believe.
We have Fox Run and 3. We have 229 Round Hill and we have 407 Round Hill.
Correct.
Okie dokie. Mr. Secretary, how would you like to proceed?
Let's go in order. 8 and 14 Fox Run Lane, application PLPZ 2021-78. Final subdivision, the RA2 zone. Applicant is seeking final subdivision to convey a half acre or 21,780 square feet of land between 8 and 14 Fox Run Lane. Commission finds the application meets the standards of sections 258, et cetera, and 302 of the Town of Greenwich subdivision regulations, and 6205 of the building zone regulation, and is neither a subdivision or re-subdivision. 8 Fox Run Lane decreases in size from 5.92 acres to 5.4 acres, and 14 Fox Run Lane increases from 2.0 to 2.5 acres in the RA2 zone. Engineering issued comments dated 4/6 indicating endorsement of the proposal with the requirements for the subdivision map and site distance compliance. Conservation issued comments dated 4/5/21 indicating no issues with the proposal. Zoning issued comments dated 4/1/21 indicating that the FAR for the existing house must remain compliant after the proposed reduction of lot 8R. Health Department issued a memo 4/9/21 indicating septic review of 8 Fox, but not 14 Fox. We have no comments from wetlands, as this is considered neither a subdivision or re-subdivision. Therefore, a motion to approve the application noting the following. Prior to the map being recorded, the applicant shall provide evidence per section 6.5, I think it is, that the FAR for the existing house, provide evidence per section 5 that the FAR of the existing house meets the BZR after the proposed reduction of the lot. And the applicant shall address any and outstanding staff or interdepartmental issues.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Levy has seconded. Mr. Yeski, I'm going to give you a second because I muted you. Mr. Levy, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Hardman?
Aye.
Mr. McRae?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski?
Aye.
Albin is also aye. That's 5-0 in favor of the motion. Thank you very much. Mr. McRae?
229 Round Hill Road, application PLPZ 2021-83 for final site plan special permit. Application is seeking approval to construct a 2,100 square foot addition to an existing detached art studio, the result of which further exceeds 150,000 cubic foot in a building volume in the RA4 zone. Commission finds that zoning issued comments on 4/5/21 indicating the height of the addition does not comply with the BZR. Health issued a memo dated 4/9/21 indicating prior approval of the septic system and has no objection to the proposal. Engineering issued comments for 7/21 indicating approval of the approval for zoning permit. Wetlands issued a permit needs questionnaire on 1/12/21 indicating the proposal is outside the 100-year upland review area. And conservation issued comments for 5/21 indicating recommendations to the proposal. Motion to approve the application.
Hold on. And this arts barn, what's the name of it? The art barn. This art barn is to have no.
I'm getting to that. Yep.
Okay.
Got it. Motion to approve the application noting the following. The accessory art studio structure shall be used for the sole use of the property owner and not open to public events. The applicant will demonstrate the building zone regulation compliance with the maximum height from the grade plane prior to the application for zoning permit. Thank you, Mr. Maitland. The applicant shall plant 6 native trees in any of the existing lawn areas to mitigate for the tree loss and increase in impervious surface. And the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
Okie dokie. Do I have a second?
Second.
Yes. Oh, okay. Levy seconded. Mr. Levy, how do you vote?
Aye.
Hardman?
Aye.
McRae?
Aye.
Yeski?
Aye.
Albin is also aye. Motion carries 5-0. Our next application for the next decision is Adam and Sarah Dolder at 407 Round Hill Road.
407 Round Hill Road, application PLPZ 2021-84. Final site plan special permit. The applicant is seeking approval to construct a 821 square foot pool house and a 256 square foot locker room, the result of which would further exceed the 150,000 cubic foot in a building volume in the RA4 zone. The commission finds that zoning issued comments on 5/4/21 indicating issues with conformance to section 6.5 of the BZR. Health Department issued a memo dated 4/9 indicating prior approval to the septic system and has no objection to the proposal. Engineering issued comments on 4/7/21 indicating resubmittal prior to zoning permit approval. Wetlands issued a permit for the project under 2021-003. The proposal is outside the 100-year upland review. And Conservation issued comments stating 4/5/21 indicating recommendations to the proposal. Therefore, motion to approve the application noting the following. Prior to zoning permit, the applicant shall appear before the ARC for review of the proposed sports lighting. The ice rink shall be used for the sole use of the property owner and not for used for organized team or league events. No amplified music. The applicant shall indicate the final site plan, the reduced size sink in the pool house wet bar. A note on the final site plan shall include that the ice rink lighting shall be turned off by 10 p.m. The applicant shall provide meadow plantings. Cut the tree down. The applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
And the applicant will make every effort to save the 28-inch caliber oak tree.
Okay.
And should it not survive, it will be replaced with 4 similar species trees.
4 or 6.
How about it will increase the radius of the.
Well, and the applicant shall increase the radius of the tree protection to encompass the entire drip line of the tree.
Right. Actually,
Canopy.
if the replacement, if for some reason the tree doesn't survive, does conservation or I think maybe Director Sesto provided us with a formula? It's 1 tree per certain something of diameter.
I think it's for every tree over 6-inch in diameter breast height, and then there's a math equation to it. But yeah.
Okay, so that would be the replacement, and we're going to let you put the language in, Patrick.
Yeah, I'll grab that. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
It's so great. Everybody's happy with that.
Okay, except for Nick, who tried to.
Can we just?
Yeah.
Can we?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Could we just pin down exactly what we're asking the applicant to do on the tree ring on it? Are we expanding it to the drip line?
Yes.
Or are we saying protection to the maximum extent possible? I mean, what's the verbiage?
Well, I think I said protection to the extent maximum, and Mr. Levy stepped in and said that he wanted that fence to be brought out to the drip line, to the full drip line, that he doesn't think it goes wide enough.
I think with that it may compromise the requirement on the rain garden, the size of the rain garden that's needed.
They can wait to do the rain garden till the very end.
Well, I didn't hear that from I heard sort of competing interest there, because the applicant was talking about soil conditions and obviously not bringing water closer to the wetlands being an issue. So I don't think
the rain garden stays where it is, and the applicant, the thing that the applicant didn't say, they can do the rain garden at the end, and they can keep the tree protection in place during the construction of the rink. That's the simple thing, because what is going to destroy the tree is the compacting of at the base. If they put, because everybody knows that when you build something, the first thing the contractors do is dump all of their stuff right in the nice shade of the tree. All the gravel, all the building material goes right there. So if you've got the fence that Mr. Levy's asking for, you protect the tree till you're done with the construction.
Okay, so then it's tree protection, rink, tree well, rain garden.
The rain garden goes at the end. I think that's the easiest way to do it.
I'm sorry to be obtuse and holding you any longer. So it's the tree protection that's going to the drip line, but the tree well is as proposed, the constructed well.
Peter? No, but don't mute yourself. Unmute yourself.
I agree with the protection to the tree line, and the as far as but they still should increase the radius of the wall from the tree, because it's simply not adequate for such a large tree. And anything they can do, just think of this. This wall is 6 to 8 feet high around it. That's crazy, and it's going to, plus it will gather a lot of leaves and other things that will also possibly damage the longevity of the tree. So I think that if they can increase that radius more than it is, that would help. Every little bit helps. And there could
Okay.
be, that would make less root damage if they have to.
But Patrick is asking for a specific number here, I think, and he's asking
No,
for.
well, I need a, sorry, Mr. Lowe, I just need a direction. I'm getting a sort of a maybe statement. If it is to increase the size of the tree well, then that's the directive. I mean, if there's a specific size that anyone has a suggestion or recommendation, we'll go with that.
Well, I don't remember what the exact dimension is at the moment. I don't remember.
But there are two relevant dimensions. One is the tree well diameter, and the other is what I call the extent of the canopy, or what we're calling essentially the drip line. So those are two separate factors, and they both need to be probably quantified. To your point, Patrick, I believe.
Yeah, I think, well, the drip line is quantifiable because it's there. It's real in the field. And so I understand that as being during construction, the protection is going to go the extent of that until the final grading goes in, and then they'll bring that in somewhat. But again, how much is the measurement I'm trying to ascertain here?
Mr. Levy?
Well, you know, even if they made what was the diameter 20 feet? Is that what they said before? Do you know?
I thought it was 15, but I thought they said 20 tonight.
The diameter, right?
Right.
Well, increase it another 5 feet.
Okay.
All right,
So
everybody good.
So the radius is 5 feet more than it is.
They probably have something really egregious that they actually did. The radius
would only be
2.5
feet.
Because the radius is half.
Increase the radius 5 feet. If it's 20 feet, that's 10 feet, and 10 feet is inadequate. I mean, so this in this case, if you increase it to 15 feet radius, that gives some breathing room. You know, the tree breathes.
Okay, so just the 5 foot, you want 5 foot more diameter or 5 foot more radius?
Radius.
Radius. He wants a 10-foot diameter more. I don't know if they can do that, so somebody's gonna have to talk to them because we didn't say that to them.
All right.
Okay. Did we vote yet?
No.
Yes, we didn't.
November 4th.
Did we even second this motion?
No, we haven't seconded.
Okie dokie, who seconds it? Mr. Levy? Okay, Mr. Levy has seconded it. Mr. Hardman, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. McRae?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski?
Aye.
Mr. Levy?
Aye.
And Albin is also aye, and the motion passes 5-0. And now don't let McRae proofread this. You make Levy proofread this decision letter, okay? If Levy doesn't answer you on the decision letter, you call him up and you yell at him.
You don't trust me?
I
You
thought
don't
I
trust
called
me.
you.
No, because you left the tree out of the motion.
Yeah, you're on record as being anti-tree.
Yeah, you went into a tree, and we're calling Joanne Messina right now.
Okay, so I will buy first round.
No, that doesn't buy it.
Listen.
We want to see.
I will buy first round. When I
we will remain
Katie Haas to say the tree
corruption-free.
died.
This commission will be corruption-free, and no amount of liquor will change that.
And
not only that,
did want
but-
extra trees as
The only thing, you don't got to say something. Okay, I'm going to mute you all and say something. We went out of our way with New Lebanon School to save a tree where there could have been a really great rain garden.
Right.
And the tree was old. It was a wonderful thing. Save the tree, save the tree. It's gone. It's toast. And I'm just thinking to myself, the same kind of situation. We're trying to save the tree.
We know that, but we also said
Nick, you've got it both ways here. If you get rid of the tree, they have to put in 5 or 6 more little trees. If the tree doesn't survive, they've got to put in 5 or 6 little trees. So don't worry about it.
And not only that, but we're going to call Joanne Messina tonight, and we're going to tell her you don't like oak trees, big old oak trees. And then she's going to come beat you up, and we're going to sell tickets.
Oh, okay.
I'm buying the drinks.
And Caroline's buying the drinks. So we're in good shape. We don't need your drinks, Matt Gry. We
don't need your
got
stinking round.
All right, everybody, affordable housing Thursday. If anybody wants to talk about the 6110 regulation, Dave, since you weren't there today, we're gonna go over that draft regulation again on Thursday for affordable housing.
Dave, you better read this.
Yeah, Dave, you better read it. You better come. It's only 10 o'clock in the morning your time, or whatever it is. Oh yeah, he's muted and he's talking. I hate it when they do that.
I know, but they get away with murder then. They can say whatever they want.
Okay, so it was like when Yeski forgot that he had unmuted himself and he was cursing.
No, that's a Peter Scheer moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, you guys, everybody stay out of trouble. Bye.
Let's meet again sometime.
Why don't we try for Thursday?
Yeah.